Z.Z.Z, yeah, you know me. Mommy milker set me free. Ass so fat, I can't see. The plot's deep too allegedly. Boot up the game, I ain't here for the lore. I'm here for that jiggle when she walks on the floor. Thick thighs, high rise, bounce with pride. Zenless got me simping, I won't even lie. Jane got me wild in the cozy sin. Even Billy looking fine with that devilish grin. I'm down bad, it's a gotcha thirst trap. Spend my rent, tryna pull that pixelated rat. I love Z.Z.Z for them mass. And the big old mommy milker smash that glass. Gacha hell got me by the soul. But them curves got me losing control. She got plot, and I ain't talking lore. Double D danger, damn I need more. Wifers and coats, heels 6 inches tall. I'd fight God if she called me her thrall. Similar, yeah, I'm down with the sickness. Censored, please, I need full thickness. Got your whales flexing, but I play for free. Still drooling over animated teen A in HD. Can't sleep, I dream in thigh highs. Milk are so big, they got their own.
Okay, I'm here. I was gonna say that I need a prayer here. Yo, can you guys start unsubscribing? Please? Please, please unsubscribe. I need you to unsubscribe. I'm all ears. I need you to go. I'm gonna start insulting my fucking viewership so that way I can make y'all leave. I'm busy. Have fun. Oh, I'm always busy too. Now, unsubscribe from the channel now. Fuck y'all. Fuck every single one of y'all. Get the fuck off of here. I'm gonna start insulting the shit out of y'all. Oh man, I'm starting to feel sick. The wife was just annoying me about that shit. Wife was just fucking annoying me about it too. Like, I am not even joking. She's like, I could make the ears for you. Fuck off. It's like, fuck off. I was. For a little while when we were at 9,700, you know, it was going back and forth.
We've got new stock in today.
Well, it looks like we're getting more fucking subs. Stream looks duplicated. It sure fucking does. Why the fuck is it doing this? Let's find out. Nah, fuck, I shrunk. I just restarted the computer, so what the fuck happened? Difficulties at its finest. That's all I'm gonna say. Let's check the capture card. What happened? There's one way of fixing this problem. Unplug it and replug it. Yo, it fixed it! Yo, I was actually not expecting it to fix the problem. I was not expecting it to actually fix the fucking problem. Holy shit, that is just as cool as when they say turn it off and turn it back on again and it actually fixes the problem. I got energy spin. Where are you, Weena? Where's my ghosty girl? There you are. We're gonna start working on making you into something that you're not. We're gonna make her into something, but we're gonna arena real quick and give the chance to stream to compilate with people who want to come watch, and then we'll talk about fucking the performance of Z.Z.Z. And then we'll go do some horse racing. Stop subscribing to the fucking channel. I figure each and every day I can work a little bit on Rena, and that'll be the good thing to do. All right, DPS foo-foo. All right, day 2 collected. Do my dailies. Do some of the best dailies in the goddamn game. Rena is... fuck it. Well, I'm gonna do what I've been doing before, since the other one's a physical. Open. All right, that's good. All right, so I save the polychroms now. I'm not gonna spin the polychroms. We're gonna start saving them. And we'll see what we get at from there. Because I made a fucking deal with the devil and I lost the deal with the devil. That's why, all ears. That's fucking why. Oh, have a good night too, man, Tiro. I should have streamed earlier, but I'm not gonna lie, I just went to sleep. Alrighty, so I am just getting up too, which is sad. Because I said I was gonna take a nap, right? I'll tell you what happened. I said I was gonna take a nap. And after taking a nap, I was gonna wake up and I was gonna stream. And this was around like 11 o'clock this morning. And I already slept last night, but I wanted to take another nap. Well, took a nap, woke up, and I just looked at my fucking goddamn clock and I see 7 o'clock on it. And I thought, oh fuck, it's 7 o'clock in the fucking morning because I'm looking out my window at the same time. I still got daylight outside the window. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm late for work. And then I realized it's 7 o'clock at night. So it kind of got me. It legitimately kind of got me. So, all right. Alrighty, you proxy motherfuckers. Every single proxy son of a bitch. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're all doing pretty damn well. Hopefully you're doing good. I know there's not that many people here, and that's good. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. But I'm about to blow. But if you were not here last night, or if you haven't watched a video that I posted earlier, I have found a website through an article of pocketgamer.biz, and I want to talk about it a little bit early today. We'll talk a little bit more about it. But you know, you go sit down on the throne like a normal average person. You grab your phone. You're scrolling through things. Google recommended me this article. I read this article, and it's basically telling me that Z.Z.Z in the last year of its anniversary made 442.1 million. I was heavenly surprised about this. And then this made me go ahead and go look up Weather and Waves, which gave me another article about their anniversary, about the 317.3 million that they made in their first year. And I was wondering where this data was being held at, because you could go ahead and make all kinds of claims. You can make claims all day long. It's like going ahead and looking at Gacha revenue. You know, Gacha revenue isn't bad. It isn't a bad trend. Don't get me wrong. But I want to understand how they're compiling their data from. Where is this information? Well, it comes from here, AppMagic. And AppMagic is a website, and from my information and everything else, it's just like Sensor Tower. It's estimated to a certain point because they do get reports and everything else through APIs with the website about how much an application makes and everything else. But I'm not doing a paid version of this website. We're on the free version because otherwise, you know, become a premium member user to unlock to understand the retention, genders, and finances is what it is. But it does give us some baseline information, you know, pretty much where the spending for the game comes from. Like 41% of Japan is what's really funding Zenless Zone Zero. 27% is going to China, 11% the United States, Singapore's 9%, 3, 1, and 7. So with all that and looking at all this, this right here brought me into looking at a couple of different information between Weather and Waves and Zenless Zone Zero. And I just realized I need to pop up this little guy. There he is. Let's get our little bang boo going up. And I feel like when I woke up, I got sicker than I got sick from waking up. I don't know why. This also shows us data here too as well of RPD, which is revenue per download. So the idea is that every single person who's downloaded Weather and Waves for here, for example, at least 22.11 cents has been spent in some way, shape, form per download. So taking into account that you do have free-to-play players and stuff like this, that will go up, that will go down, making this graph like this. But on average, almost every single time someone downloads for its life, that someone downloads this game, 22.11%, $22.11 in Eastern culture is typically what it's being spent. In Western culture or Western player base is 11.71. 27.21 East, 10.11 in West. And yesterday and today, going through all of this, looking at different graphics, you know, based on the top grossing information, you know, there's information that very well lines up with Gacha revenue to a certain degree. But like for here, back when, you know, Weather and Waves first was released, May 24, it was top grossing. June, it slightly went down when we get it when, you know, Z.Z.Z's release, Weather and Waves is down, Z.Z.Z's up. Next month, Weather and Waves is down, Z.Z.Z's up, and it actually maintained this trend for quite some time until January, where Z.Z went down but Weather and Waves went up. February, March, April, May, and then June. Now, what does this matter in all honesty? What matters here, in a sense, is the performance of the game. This is a website that every single day, reading all the little boxes and everything else, going ahead and understanding like top 3, these are your applications that Google iOS is trying to push to you, that says this is what it's trying to. So when I go look up in tags, right, and I have it set for tags already, so I go look up RPG fantasy, okay, Crystal of Atlan, Genshin Impact, Hero Wars, Worldwide, Weather and Waves, Worldwide for the month of June. This is what it's trying to push to get people to download. They want you to play Crystal of Atlan. They want you to play Genshin Impact. In 4th place, they want you to play Weather and Waves, and it goes down from here. This is like on your front page, you're searching up, you know, fantasy RPG. This is what it wants you to do. When you look at top featured, when you look at the top featuring right here, this is typically, from my understanding with the feature scoring, this right here, we can read it. We love our feature scoring metric, which is our way of quantifying the effectiveness of an app's featuring. This metric takes into account store, country featuring, placement featuring, and number of days passing. So, more my understanding with this is that this is where your companies help push a little bit with the stores. They might pay for advertisement or whatever, but they want this to be featured. So Google, Apple could put it as a feature. The company itself could be paying extra money to, hey, I want this to be a top feature, to try to push it into the top 3. So that right there, both that piece of information, that's nice, but I don't give a fuck about I don't give a fuck about this information. And I don't care about this information. Someone else might. The information I care about is the top grossing. And looking at that magic and looking at how it has worked, is that this is something that allows me to see per day. So they're recording information every single day. So on June 1st, we could see, for example, Weather and Waves is in 11th place. We could see Z.Z.Z is in the 28th place on June 1st. Okay? And I want to paint the picture so that way people understand this. If I go to the second, Kuro's at 11, Z.Z.Z is in 25. This is meaning that how is the game doing today in terms of getting revenue spent into it. Means that someone's spending money and it's putting it into a leaderboard. So here's the leaderboard. We're in 22nd place. Like, people are starting to spend money a little bit in Zenless Zone 0. Weather and Waves went down, so not as much as it was the day before. And continuing. Okay. Kuro's maintaining that 12th place. Z.Z.Z just busted up 2 places, so now it is in the 20th place. And I can go on and go on. And that's from June 1st, and then we can go all the way to June 6th, for example, where Z.Z.Z, you'll see, jumped all the way to 1st place because it's its anniversary. Now, to make this clear, to make this understandable, this does not mean that Weather and Waves or Zenless Zone 0 is going EOS. None of this information will determine that. None of this information is saying that Weather and Waves is performing worse, per se, than Z.Z.Z. It's not saying Z.Z.Z is performing worse than Weather and Waves. What this actually proves is that the business model works 100%. But what this also shows, and what I like about this website, it shows that if I take off Eastern culture countries, the Eastern base, right? I take away China, I take away Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan. I just leave the Western countries like Australia, Canada, France, Germany, United Kingdom, and United States. I just leave them. You see that for Western culture, Western player base, that they tend to favor Weather and Waves a little bit more than Zenless Zone 0. That in the month of June, Weather and Waves in the Western culture, Western player base, prefers Weather and Waves. That's what it's telling me. I come back here, I take off the Western, I put on Eastern. So this is your Japan, your South Korea, your China and such. They favored Zenless Zone 0. In truth, there's a lot of people who was taking Gacha revenue here, and because Gacha revenue is calculated on a much different standing. It's calculated from Sensor Tower's reports, which a lot of people are saying that, and this is the problem with Gacha revenue, is that they're saying that the Chinese data, this data, and that data is all messed up, that you can't trust this website. Well, okay. This says that for the month of June, Zenless Zone 0 was underperformed under Weather and Waves in terms of $1 million. According to App Magic here, it's a little bit higher than that. It actually says that in the Chinese cultures and stuff like this, that Zenless Zone 0 actually beat out Weather and Waves for domination in revenue. That it was the top grossing game. It was second to top grossing game in the month of June, with Weather and Waves being in 3rd place. This is the report that App Magic has used, and from their reports each and every day. So this gets me to go looking at different things, you know, like the month of January with Weather and Waves 2.0's release. With Western culture, Japanese culture, I mean, Western and Eastern culture coming together. Weather and Waves, of course, right? We could take a look at this. Of course, Weather and Waves was in 6th place. It was for January, the 2.0 release. It should have been, you know, absolutely blowing something like Z.Z.Z out of water. Not for Genshin, because Genshin with Malvika was out, so Genshin and Honkai Star Rail maintained its top position. But against something like Zenless Zone Zero, yeah, you would assume that Kuro did better in January because it's the 2.0 release. It's highly anticipated. I had a question. Remove the West. What did China, Japan, and everybody else say? China, Japan, and everybody else said Zenless Zone Zero outperformed in January. Outperformed Weather and Waves. Weather and Waves, Kuro Games. If you had to only rely on the Eastern data, Japan, China, Taiwan, South Korea, and not Western, Kuro sank. They sank in their own 2.0 release. And that's just something I was shocked about. At least I believe in May, Kuro came back for their anniversary, right? Yeah, you see? Anniversary. Oh man, it fucking handled really well. Now, gradually, it wasn't like the top grossing shit in. It wasn't number 1 or number 2 or number 3 top grossing in May. Fucking Fate Grand Order and fucking Dungeon Fighters Online over here and Genshin Impact are still in the fucking top. But Z.Z.Z is not in the top 10 in China. Kuro maintained to stay in the top 10. Which, that was their anniversary. But all this talk about how Z.Z.Z in the month of June lost to Kuro Games, some data is mixed up here. Something's messed up here. And with the tendency of believing that it's Gacha revenue, that is the quote-unquote mess up, according to at Magic, who's been recording the data of the top grossing every single day and posting it, because I could look at today. I can come here July, right? I could pick by day. Today is the 6th. I got yesterday's data right now because today is still processing. Yesterday, Weather and Waves surpassed fucking Z.Z.Z quite a bit. Z.Z is starting to come back a little bit. It was in 28th, but came in 26th. Weather and Waves dropped down 3 places. They record the top grossing each and every day. What's funny to me in this entire fucking aspect is that it was stated that Weather and Waves was the dominating patch for the month of June. This tells me that Z.Z was the dominating patch. Not by much. They're still in the top 3 places, but Z.Z.Z was in 18th place, jumped 16 places. Kuro Games was around the 3rd. It was around 5th place right here, I think, and jumped into third place. Now, this ain't saying that, like I was going to say, this ain't saying that Woowa sucks, fucking Z.Z.Z sucks, or anything like that. It just shows the business model is working. But in all realism here, what this also shows is that not only did Zenless Zone Zero anniversary patch outperform Weather and Waves anniversary, which we have different data, data for that, but it also maintained for the month of June. And I don't know what it is about it, but when I looked at it, it's the Jufufu banner that caused the situation. Which I did not think Jufufu was going to be that good. Jufufu brought it back into second place. So when you break it down by the weeks, first week, Z.Z.Z's on top grosser. Second week, Weather and Waves, top grosser. But Z.Z.Z maintains to be in the top 3. Fourth week, Z.Z maintains, gets it to 11th place, but it's still there. And all of a sudden, fifth fucking week, fucking straight up goes into second place. I guess Japan must really fucking love fucking Fufu. They must love little kid characters. I don't know. It's hard to determine because 41% of the revenue they collect is from Japan. Well, I do believe it. Like the performance of it in the West, like it's the West that's carrying. It doesn't seem like it, right? Like when you look at numbers like this in Western West, right? This 14% right here, even South Korea, 13%, is basically right now what's being spent. Okay, so this entire lifetime revenue of 200 million, 14% of that is United States, 13% of that is South Korea. Okay, this is the lifetime. We can even go past, like, you know, the past 30 days, 10 and 7, but I'm doing a lifetime, so 14 and 13%. You look at that against a lifetime percentage here against Zenless Zone Zero, 41% Japan, 27%, and you can see the drop in the United States because it's a Hoyo game, 11%, 9% in South Korea. It might not look like much, this 11 versus and this 9 versus this 14 and this 13, but it's showing that at certain critical points, the Western side is really favoring more Weather and Waves than Zenless Zone Zero. Now, with that being stated, though, I will show something else here. Which is fucking hilarious to me. The real fucking top grosser in the West is fucking Raid Shadow Legends. I need a Raid Shadow Legends fucking sponsorship. Because god damn, this is what the West really fucking gives a fuck about. They give a fuck about Dragon Ball and fucking Raid. They don't even give a fuck about Genshin. They give a fuck about Raid Shadow Legends and fucking Dragon Ball. That is what's carrying that shit. What's up, yo? Pete Finger, everyone, what's going on? So that's why I want to talk about this, is that, like, it all started with me asking the question, where the fuck are you getting this data from? How is this possible? Everything else. And finding an actual site that actually records the top grossing of the day and puts that together. This video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Yo, I need a fucking Raid Shadow Legend. Like I said, I don't care about like the top 3 because you see, like, you know, Persona 5 came out. You know that the App Store is going to try to be pushing this. You know that the, you know, Sega, they're going to try to push ads and everything else. That's going to put it in the 4th place. Chris Atlan, this doesn't matter. The only thing I'm looking at is in terms of all this. Now, I am not going to lie. There is something else that is very, very fascinating to me. And this caused something else yesterday for me to play. Who knows this Pretty Little Derby fucking goddamn game? Who knows this fucking Little Pretty Derby game? With the little girls that run around, that are horses that run around a fucking track that yesterday I crashed out to. Because Vodka's my girl. Both Z.Z.Z and Weather and Waves are getting their asses touched in the top grossing of this Pretty Derby fucking shit. Like, Z.Z.Z, when it was first released, Pretty Derby fucking beat Weather and Waves in top grossing. Pretty Derby beat Weather and Waves in top grossing. Pretty Derby said, fuck you, Zenless Zone Zero. I'm beating the shit out of you. You got gooners? I got motherfuckers that like watching girls and fucking go around a fucking track. We got dirt physics. Like, holy shit, I was not expecting this. Like, I went down a fucking rabbit hole, and it's expected by July, the end of July, for some reason. The current prediction is that Pretty Derby here is going to beat Weather and fucking Waves in top grossing and Zenless Zone Zero. Like, this right here, this data is, it's not telling me the revenue, okay? Because the revenue don't fucking matter. It's telling me who was the top grossing. And we could go by month, week, and day, and even year if we wanted to. And I'm going to change this over to the Eastern side, because the Eastern side, the reason why we trust that data, I'm going to trust that data a little bit more than West in it anyway, is because I would say, oh, I can't do it. Ah, damn, it won't let me do it. It'll let me only do it worldwide, unless I have to add Western culture into it. Or it might be it's too big. Too many graphs. Because it's going to have to separate. So this be 5, 6. Yeah, it'll be too many graphs in that sense. So might as well just make it one graph. Okay. All of this is just telling me who was the top performer. This is something that I think is more reliable in terms of information than trying to calculate revenue. If today the App Store says Z.Z.Z is number 1 and tomorrow says Weather and Waves, and you add all that each and every single day to the end of July, then you can see which one outperformed who. But I could not fucking fathom my head around this fucking dude. I could not put my head around this shit. And it's 98% Japan. And apparently over there in the Eastern side, if you look at this, revenue per download is typically $177 per fucking download. Means that someone in Japan is spending, every time they download this game, someone is spending at least almost $200 fucking dollars in this game. That's a far big fucking difference than fucking 22 right here and 27. Like, holy fucking moly. Holy shit. So this is going to be adding this as a game staple too, because we played a little bit yesterday. I'm not gonna lie, it's actually kind of fun. Dude, I asked that question about the breeding in this game because like straight up, you had 2 horses touching each other and it's like some yellow thing comes out called inspiration or whatever. I'm like, is the fucking horse pregnant? What the fuck? Like holy fuck. I did not fucking believe this. This also showed me that another game also blows fucking Z.Z.Z and fucking goddamn shit Weather Waves out of water too in top grossing. Like, I was not expecting Fate Grand Order to be that fucking popular either. I was very well confused. And if someone says, well, hey, look, you're new to Gacha, right? Welcome to Gacha hell. And I was like, I'm just surprised. I'm just surprised. Like, granted, this game's had a long lead, right? This game's had a very, very long lead ahead of it. But still, right here, the only time pretty much Weather and Waves did anything was in the first part of its release. But ever since fucking July of 2024 all the way till present, Fate is more top grossing than Weather and Waves worldwide. Like, I'm just going to say, like, there was a comment yesterday on one of my videos that actually really, really puts it all into perspective. And I remember the picture profile was of a lion, and I think they're correct. The Weather and Waves community, especially in the West, is so adamant of trying to be relevant instead of enjoying their game. That you want to push these agendas, you want to push these narratives against games like Zenless, Zone Zero, such. When it comes down to it, Fate Grand Order outperforms Weather and Waves. That Urima game over there outperforms Weather and Waves in certain months. There is other games in general that's outperforming. It's actually outperforming. And it's surprising. But it's a true statement I've heard so far. It's actually a true statement. Like, I can even add right in here Zenless Zone Zero 2. And you're going to see not even Zenless can match the power of the Fate. Like, Zenless Zone Zero, when its first release, beat it. But second month didn't. Came back a little bit in September. But Sid's Dan Grand even said, nah, fuck you, Z.Z.Z. We're top grossing. Oh, we're gonna play it after a while. We're talking right now about all this because this is what I've been focusing my time on. I just did my dailies in Z.Z.Z. and I'm focusing on this because, I mean, look. I know the fucking Weather and Waves is batshit insane. I know Weather and Waves community is batshit fucking insane. But holy shit. You gotta give it credit. You have to give Weather and Waves credit. They are being carried by Western, by the other side. Like United States, South Korea, Germany. Like the Western player base is actually very prominent. It doesn't seem like it. 14 fucking percent. 13% in South Korea does not seem prominent at all. But when you verse that against 11% and 9% against the lifetime analytics in this, the Western culture does favor Weather and Waves more than Zenless Zone Zero. And to me, I didn't expect that either. Like this is actually nice data to see. Oh my. It must be. The graphics, the more realistic anime graphics must be what it is. Because a lot of the Weather and Wave players look at this right here and they feel it might be a little bit too cartoony, right? Like it's too anime for them.
Off stage is the perfect prelude.
But again, what actually shocked me the most out of all of this data, what shocked me the most, and I want y'all to really put this to think about this. Weather and Waves had a very successful 2.0. Okay? Like if I put this on worldwide, Weather and Waves in January, with its 2.0 release, was basically came out and was in the top 10. Overtook Z.Z.Z. And I didn't even know what the fuck, because I wasn't playing Z.Z.Z yet. I haven't played Z.Z except for now for a month and 2 weeks now. Like I don't know what the fuck came out in Z.Z.Z, and then I'm gonna go look it up. It was Astra. Okay. Oh yeah, in my mind, Astra lost to fucking Weather and Waves. It lost. New update, new area, all this stuff. More people's gonna play Weather and Waves, right? It's the fucking West that carried it, because when you look at it based on against the East, and especially when you look at week by week, Weather and Waves in the East was above Z.Z.Z for the first week. Second week, Weather and Waves was over Z.Z.Z for the second week. The third week, Z.Z.Z comes a little bit above Weather and Waves, but they're both under 10th place. And then fucking Z.Z.Z just comes up to top grossing. And it's like, what the fuck? I didn't think that Astra's fucking banner would have been that prominent. And even for the final week of the month, Z.Z.Z maintained its hold in top above Weather and Waves of top grossing, meaning that the entire month of January in Japan, China, and them, Zenless Zone Zero was the top performer against Weather and Waves. Now, granted, it didn't beat fucking Honkai or fucking Genshin or Fate, but holy fucking moly. Like, this is good information. This tells you that Weather and Waves, yeah, the West carries it. Because then we go ahead, we take a look at the data in January, and we put everything together. We put Western culture, we put worldwide, we put everything all together, man. Look, the dynamic shifts. Western culture pushed make Weather and Waves top grossing for its 2.0 update. And that to me significantly proves that, especially here in the United States of America, that shows me that Australia, Canada, France, Germany, United Kingdom, and United States is pushing Weather and Waves the hardest. Curl really must. If I was Curl, I would really show the Western players more love. Don't lose the Western players. Your Western players are helping carry this game very hard. This is like watching politics. When you're voting for a president of the United States of America or some shit, or you're looking for a senator or some shit, every vote counts. And in the dynamic aspect of all this, every vote counts so hard for January, that if we dismiss one side of this, which is the Western culture, Weathering Waves lost. Straight up loses. It's just that in June, the Eastern player base really carried Zenless Zone Zero. To which, not only did Zenless Zone Zero outperform Weather Waves is against its anniversary for its anniversary patch, but it also carried so far that it did beat out 2.4's update. That's what I could take from this data. You know what? I want to see where Love and Deep Space is at. I want to see that shit. That's actually one I forgot that even exists. Is it another? I think there might actually be another version of this, isn't there? Oh no, my browser's fucking up. Oh no, the browser's fucking up. Well, yeah, of course, it's a goddamn fucking 10K in the memory. Close it out. Close it out real quick. Reopen it. All right, so this is the only one they got. But isn't there a Japanese? Isn't there like a Japanese or other version of this too that actually has more revenue? Nope, never mind. God damn. What is so fucking special about fucking Demon Cock? I don't understand this. I don't understand this. Is it really Desperate Housewives or some shit in China that they want a fucking goddamn fucking doctor or a lawyer or a fucking demon fucking man to fucking take them home at night or some shit? I don't understand this shit. Okay, so this is a dating sim, female orientated, first person, third person. So we're gonna be looking for mid-core and dating sims. Okay, so let's go take a look at Magic Hair. Which I lost all my shit. There's not the one I'm looking for. Let's see. Let me remember how to do this. It's under top apps, isn't it? Yeah, top apps. Okay, so we gotta look for tags. Midcore. RPG. Fantasy. Apply. Now I gotta go relook for we got you. Probably got to put dating on that, right? Date. Was it dating? Dating sim, simulation, mid-core. Let me close this out. Let's see. All right, so it's not letting me find dating. What's another one? Simulation. Nope, not gonna show me simulation. It should pop up, right? Oh, I took out fantasy. Fantasy is a big deal for fucking looking for this. Okay. Now let's go to, like, I don't know, fucking sometime last year. Let's go to August, September. Let's see if I can find Love and Deep Space in here. Control F, love. No love shows up. Even with these tags. Is there not just a way I could add a fucking game in here? Okay. Simulation. Dating sim. There you are. Now if I take off the tags, I just do games. Weather Waves doesn't even show up in this list. This one might be actually hard since they're in two different categories. Nope, it's not. Right there. What about May? God damn, that is so far fucking down. What is it about this? Like, it's even a different subcategory. You know, I've actually played this shit right here. This Last War Survival. Oh my god, I've actually played that. That's embarrassing. I needed a toilet game. At work, I've played that shit last year while I was at work as a toilet game. Yeah, there is no competition with fucking Love and Deep Space. There is no fucking competition at all. Even Genshin is fucked by Love and Deep Space in that regards. There is no comparison. Oh my god. The thing is that when we're talking about, you know, oh, well, you see, you're not calculating the PC revenue and such. Let me explain something. There is no place where I can calculate the PC revenue, first and foremost, okay? I would love to have that information, okay? Fundamentally speaking, you'll see a whole total different comparison, right? If we did that. At that point, Weather Waves may be on top all the goddamn fucking time. Okay? It totally might be. But the thing is, we don't have that information. We don't have that information. And what we're relying on is mobile information. And when it comes down, and I don't understand, and look, I don't get this either. I don't particularly get this. Maybe I could find someone from Japan who can actually sit down with me and speak to me for a minute. Maybe because their lifestyle is always on the go. I don't know. But mobile gaming in the Eastern realm by far is absolutely the biggest thing. Like, I know a guy who does live in Japan. His name's G Unov in the FGC. And like, arcades are more popular in Japan than they are in the United States of America for fighting games and shit. But I think it's like, all honesty, like the Eastern culture is always on the go. They're always busy, and they just play their games more on a phone than they do. Like, even like Nintendo and such, their console for some reason is a portable fucking console. I used to make fun of the Wii and shit. I used to make fun of the Switch, like, to the point where it's like, man, I would never buy a fucking Switch or anything like that. I would never buy a fucking tablet, fucking play games. When I come home from work, I want to sit my ass down on a comfy fucking couch, fucking look at a television screen, fucking grab a controller, and I want to play a game. Who the fuck plays a fucking video game on a fucking on a phone? Well, it appears to me that the Eastern culture does heavily. There's no fucking denying it. They're the ones that do it heavily. When you're gonna see like the lifetime revenue of stuff, like 31% Japan. Like, the reason why this is 14% right here, especially in the United States of America and Western culture side, the reason why it's so low like this is because in the United States of America, we play on PC. We play, you know, not mobile, but I'm going to tell you that this 14% is not something to stiff on. This is not something to stiff on. Like, I gotta give credit to the. I gotta give you got Woowa credit. You gotta give credit to Woowa. It is 100% the reason why it, even in the app stores, that fucking goddamn Weather and Waves carried it. That the Western culture carried it. When you put it all together. Back in the month of January, Weather Waves beat Zenless Zone 0 because of Western influence. 100%. There's no fucking denying it. Because when you put only just the Eastern countries into it, Zenless Zone 0 had the fucking month of January. 2.0 was under fucking Zenless Zone 0. Western has more of a role than you would think in Weather and Waves and Z.Z.Z. 100%. And this is the kind of information that's very interesting to me to read. Because, first and foremost, again, there's no such thing as Woowa or Z.Z.Z or any of these games going EOS. It is the fact that their business model is working. It's just the primary portion of this data we have to look at is from the Eastern culture side, and Eastern culture side, when it comes to Wuwa, when the Western culture comes in, oh my God, they must be really pissed at fucking Hoyo. Western culture demand is very much pissed off at fucking Hoyo that a game like Weather and Waves with Kuro Games, they carried it. They're actually, it's so niche, but they're helping to carry it over something like Zenless Zone Zero. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Like I said, maybe it is the fact that like Eastern cultures don't really have desktop computers, laptops, or something. That everything is focused primarily on mobile devices. Maybe that's what it is. But like looking over these two articles, finding this information, this was a rabbit hole and a half to find all this. And looking at this, it's interesting to me because this is kind of like me following politics, okay? And you know, you're asking the question, how did this candidate lose, right? And you find out, like here in the United States, because I know I got more people who watched me that's overseas. It's like in the United Kingdom and everything else that watched this stream over United States. But when I vote for a candidate, right? And it's almost like oh, this right here for our governor, or this person for our president, or whatever, is going to be like in the popular vote. They're going to win, and you're looking at it and like popularity, they're going to win. But then you go into when they lose, you go look at like why the fuck did they lose? Well, they got primarily, you know, these districts, 41% of these districts right here that voted from them, but versus something like the other candidate right here, the reason why this candidate won over this candidate was because, yeah, Democrats right here primarily held here, but that additional 14% right here actually fucking mattered. And it's what carried the candidate to win. And that's where I look at this. This is more like analytical data from a political point of view. It is looking at it and being like, well, god damn. The only reason why Weathered Waves had basically a really fucking good 2.0 was not because of where it primarily comes from. It wasn't because of the East. It was because the Western societies came in and pushed it over the edge. Like, Zenless Zone Zero does not really seem to have a footing as much as Weather and Waves when it comes to the Western hold. And that actually does matter when it comes down to it. It's very, very fucking... Yeah, the silent majority. The silent majority, which is the Western culture, is pushing Weather and Waves. %100%. It doesn't seem like it. Like, when you look at 14% here, and that even the 13% were from an Eastern country, which is South Korea. And then you look at right here, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and you look even at Germany for $2 million in Germany. When you look at it all together, just a Western, even without South Korea. You have Australia, Canada, France, Germany, United Kingdom, and United States right here. That there's $11.07 that is being placed into almost every single download of all time. Meaning that the average person is at least spending $11.07 in that download. For Z.Z.Z. in the Western culture, you're going to think, oh, it's only $1. That is, you know, oh, it's $11.70. Z.Z.Z. it's $10.09. Oh, that ain't shit. That ain't shit. That's only $1 for Z.Z.Z. That extra fucking dollar fucking matters. Because what that's just showing is that the West don't want to spend as much in Z.Z.Z. as it does in Weather and Waves. Eastern side, Japan, China, Hong Kong, South Korea, Taiwan, all of them together, they're spending $27.19 in Z.Z.Z, where Weather and Waves is only getting $22.18 per fucking download at least. The silent majority, which is the Western-based countries, is carrying Weather and Waves really well. You pretty much got it, Winshoe. You pretty much got it. And I'm not gonna be like some content creators out there and try to use this data to be like, oh, Z.Z.Z better than Weather and Waves or some shit. No, I'm looking at it from the analytical point of view because I'm curious. I'm curious who was top grossing. I'm curious at how this is all coming about. I'm curious to fucking wondering why Fate Grand Order is sometimes way above all these fucking games. Why the fucking goddamn Pretty Horse Derby game over here is fucking so fucking high. Like, I'm curious in their positions, and I'm curious to see just where things are being pushed at. And I'm going to tell you, if Fate Grand Order can be making what it's making and doing what it's doing, you know, I want to see Fate. I want to see fucking ass fucking the game. I want to see what ass the game does. Ass the game is really fucking makes a fucking shit ton of money, it looks like. God damn, 57% of its fucking revenue comes from fucking Japan. Let's see. Let's compare it against Weather and Waves and Z.Z.Z. Actually, for this one, let's... Oh, man, it had a fucking dip here. In April 2025, it had a fucking huge dip. But, let's put it against Z.Z.Z, because two gooning games, right? I'm not even going to bother put Weather and Waves on against this one. I'm not even going to bother put Weather and Waves against this one. Goddess of Victory, Nick. Oh my god, it is touching. one of the ways would be right here too. Like, holy shit, this game, ass the fucking game, actually fucking such. I forgot about that game. People talk about that game, everything. Let's see. Let's remove ask the game for Pretty Princess the game. Z.Z.Z's got this shit in the bag. It kind of lost a little bit in December as top grossing, but this game has been falling fucking downhill as top gross. Oh my god, like it is. This game is not even maintained. I don't know what the hell happened. I'm pretty sure there's not that many people that want to play Pretty Princess, the fucking game simulator. You can see that, like, sure, they have not even, since their fucking release, they have not even came back up. I wonder if I wonder by some chance if NTE's on here. I doubt it. Is it still in beta? It's Neverness, right? Nothing. Okay. Shit, we could put Pokemon. We could put Pokemon Go in this shit. So red is Zenless Zone 0. Blue is fucking Pokemon. Look at that shit. Just for Pokemon Go. Not even the TCG. Yeah, fucking Z.Z.Z doesn't even touch Pokemon fucking Go, bro. So it wouldn't even be touched by Pokemon fucking Go. What about Yu-Gi-Oh? Oh, Konami don't give a fuck. But they're doing all right. But they're not maintaining a high average. But Z.Z.Z is like well above fucking Yu-Gi-Oh. So what would be well above Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah, I know NT is not released, but I was thinking the beta or some shit might have been out there enough. Shit, let's see what fucking Tinder. Yo, people need to get their dicks wet. Let's see. Yeah, not even a competition. Tinder says fuck you. Sex sells even fucking getting real life fucking pussies fucking a hell of a lot fucking more fucking shit. That's what I love about this shit. You can fucking look at like all of this shit. Like, hey, let's see. Crunchyroll. Let's see. Put ZZ against Crunchyroll. Who wins? Oh shit. On initial release, fucking Crunchyroll lost. But since then, Crunchyroll just maintains its average. ZZ can't even compete. YouTube. With people buying movies, premium subscriptions and shit, even fucking YouTube's fucking so goddamn fucking high. See, this is what people don't fucking understand about gacha revenue is, and the reason why they always call this shit fake and everything else, is that there is some things that's not being calculated properly. Okay, of course, clearly there's something in here that's not being calculated absolutely fucking properly. Okay, versus all this. So something here is not being calculated properly. This is more, if anything, like I stated before, this is a guesstimate. This is an educated guess. Okay, but where they source their information from is here. Another site that does also analytical data, okay, that doesn't really capture the Chinese market and such, but it captures every application It does not just capture gacha games. That's where this data gets pulled in from. Same thing with this website. It's pulling every application, not just gacha games. How about compared against Raid Shadow Legends? Oh, like Raid Shadow Legends, let's go to West real quick. In the West, Raid Shadow Legends wins. Yeah, you see, fucking Raid Shadow Legends, $1 billion, fucking United States of fucking America. Okay? But worldwide, we can compare it. Not hard. Let's go with Zenless, because we rag on fucking Weather Waves too damn much. On initial release of Zenless Zone Zero beat it. August it beat it. September it beat it. October, November, and in December, Raid Shadow Legends maintain on top. Raid Shadow Legends maintain on top in January, February, and March. Lost in April, maintain in May, and lost in June. Raid Shadow Legends is even comparable to that. And if I put that against even Weather and Waves, you'll see Raid Shadow Legends touches, because Zenless Zone Zero here, you'll see Weather and Waves below Raid Shadow Legends as well. I guess those Raid Shadow Legend fucking sponsorships actually fucking matter. What's the #1 most profitable app in the world? Let's go find out. Let me go ahead and come here. Top apps. No category selected, just top apps. TikTok. $10 billion. It's TikTok. TikTok is the most out of the worldwide scenario, is the heaviest fucking goddamn fucking application. Holy fuck. We got it. The only one we can fight it with is Genshin. Let's see what happens. Bruh. It's only very few times that Genshin has even fucking gotten close. Like, right here, Genshin wins. Right here, Genshin wins. 2 times. And then they were tied. Yo. TikTok. You don't fuck with TikTok. You don't fuck with goddamn TikTok. Honor Knights? Let's go ahead and do it. Yo. Honor Knights, it beats TikTok a few times, and then TikTok took over. But Honor of Knights beats the shit out of Genshin. What the fuck is this Honor of Knights that beats out Genshin? Is this League of fucking Legends? Bro, this is League of Legends. It's mobile fucking League of Legends. Okay, now you got my interest perked on something else here. Remove, remove. Oh, League of Legends, like, oh my god, Honor of Knights beats out League of Legends Wild Rift. Bruh. 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 And it's got even less countries that has fucking Honor Knights. Bruh. Now add Mobile Legends. Mobile Legends, bang bang. Brah. Mobile Legends, bang bang US. Even beats out fucking League of Legends. What the fuck is this shit? Another League of Legends clone. Which League of Legends is a clone of fucking goddamn Delta. Okay. Father Tencent must not be too fucking happy with fucking Wild Rift's fucking performance. ZZ's busy with this. What's ZZ busy with? Oh, we saw this the other day.
是呢。大家还记得之前提到的缓食药剂代理人爱丽丝，就是辉晶美特督导调查团的成员之一。哦，这是怎么回事呢？大家还记得之前提到的
Boys. I got tits. Oh my god. No, but this right here. Look, I'll say it to someone like Z.Z.Z, man. I'll say it to like someone like Z.Z.Z, because Z.Z.Z likes to talk about this shit all the fucking time and talk about why Weapon Waves is higher, you know, likes to make all these different types of fucking things about, you know, Gacha revenue being fake, Gacha revenue and all this other stuff, about how good fucking Weapon Waves is doing. And he's not wrong. Weapon Waves is doing absolutely perfectly fucking fine, right? It's doing absolutely fine. But when you really look at different things and you look at data like this, you cannot ignore. And this is why like, look, call my channel a drama channel all you want, all this other stuff. I like looking at data. I like looking at different things. I like seeing, you know, logically what's going on. And I may joke around about St. Tonas. I may joke around about fucking other content creators that say different things and such like this. But the truth of the fact of the matter is that when you provide information, okay, that counteracts other information, and you take a look at something like this, like the top grossing, that a website gathers the top grossing information per day, not per month like Sensor Tower, per day, and compiles this into a list to where you can look at, hey, on June fucking 1st of 2025, Weather and Waves was more in the lead than Zenless Zone Zero for top grossing. And then you can see that each and every day Z.Z.Z comes up, comes back down, comes back up. But basically the idea is that Zenless Zone Zero had more good days altogether in top grossing as a whole on the mobile stores than Weather and Waves. And you'll see that in the month of June, where everybody's like, ha ha ha, you know, they were saying that Woowa, that Z.Z was going to beat Woowa for its 2.4 update, and it didn't. Well, let me be honest here. This is a close battle. To me, this is a close battle. This is not like Weather Waves is in 5th place, 6th place. Z.Z is in number 1. It was a close battle. But Zenless Zone Zero was recorded to being in 2nd place as the top grossing RPG game of this right here, of Genshin, Z, Weather and Waves. It was the 2nd top grossing in June, which what that means is when you compile the data of West and East and you put it all worldwide and you put it together, this does mean that not only did Zenless Zone Zero beat Weather and Waves anniversary of the previous month, but it did maintain top grossing above Weather and Waves for the entire month of June. That when you take all of June together, Zenless Zone Zero made more. Now, it is forecasted that Zenless Zone Zero coming up, but this is future predictions, is going to go down in the month of July. Now, we don't have this data because this data does not exist. This is just a prediction based on previous trends that App Magic says, oh, this is going to go down. And if I add Woowa right here, they're predicting Woowa is going to go up. This may or may not happen. But you can see the trend pattern for the end. They're expecting Weather and Waves to be top grossing right there. And that Z.Z.Z is going to be maintained at 213. Because right now, Weather and Waves, as of right now, is probably ahead for the last couple of days. If I would have to guesstimate, yeah, Weather and Waves is much more ahead right now over Zenless Zone Zero. We have to wait until the 15th to see how that data is going to react. But from now to the 16th, Weather and Waves should be on top. Will it be enough on the 16th to have Zenless Zone Zero go above Weather and Waves as top grossing? Maybe, maybe not. But it's just the June data. This right here, the recorded data, says Zenless Zone Zero outperformed Weather and Waves. It outperforms. Just in Eastern lands, and including Western and worldwide. So, to me, this is undeniable. This information cannot be really disputed that much. I can see a couple of different disputes on this. Don't get me wrong. And the biggest dispute that I'm going to see is as well, this is only capturing the mobile data. This ain't capturing PC. This isn't capturing top up. This isn't capturing loot bar. This ain't capturing the sites where I can fill up my game's fucking currency. And you're right. And I'm going to say it like this. There's probably a hell of a lot fucking more money that is associated in there than there is in general on paying for mobile. Okay? 100%. Weather waves may come on top a lot more if we would have that data. Especially with it being on Steam. If we would have Steam revenue numbers, it'd probably be 100% on top almost all the time. But we don't have that data. With this data here, all I could tell you is that even in the mobile platform, Western communities carries very hard, and South Korea as well, carries weather waves harder than Zenless. That's what that's telling me. How dare you use data that goes against my fucking narrative? I'm just saying. This is the information that I'm looking at. And I like the site. I really like the site because I could go to yesterday's data. I don't have to wait for a month from now. I go to yesterday's data to see who is performing better. And then tomorrow I can see today's data, how it was performing. And then Tuesday I can see how Monday's data was performing. So at midnight tonight, I'll see what the new data is, and we'll see where it's captured at and how it's been working. This to me is good data. Why does the Zenless Zone just remove this shitty visual novel? Hey, that's what the whatever the devs want to do. I mean, I'm not particularly too mind of it, to be honest, with the visual novel style. I used to read visual novels. Some people like it, some people don't. That's a preference. To me, what I like about Zenless Zone Zero is the fact that Zenless Zone Zero focuses very heavily on combat system rather than everything else. Everything else is just, in my personal opinion, with Z.Z.Z, everything else is just decent. It's good. It's not too horrible. It's not too bad. It's just decent. But everything else, hey, when it comes to the combat, is what I care about in this game. I think that, like Weather and Waves, it's probably, again, like I stated this before, Weather and Waves I don't find really excels in anything. It just really does exploration. It really does puzzles. It really does combat better than what its actual competition is, which is Genshin Impact. But again, that is subjective. Just because I like Weather and Waves more than Genshin Impact does not mean that someone else out there doesn't like Genshin Impact more than Weather and Waves. Again, it's just game and taste. Like, to really fucking do a comparison of certain shit, to be honest, I would rather be comparing Genshin Impact 5.0 to 4.0. I'd rather be comparing Weather and Waves 2.0 to 1.0. I'd rather be comparing Z.Z.Z 2.0 to 1.0. That makes more sense. If Genshin Impact 2 came out, I would be saying compare the sequel to the original and see what improvements actually has happened that actually matter. That's the truth of it. My main's vodka. She's a drunk. Her name's Vodka. She drinks. She's the only one that I liked the style wise. Like I looked at all the fucking girls that I got in the beginning. She's the only one that reminisces to me is like, you drink. You're an adult. Let's go. And you got a little bit of a bitchy attitude.
accounted for.
Need something? My services are
Do you want me to fight?
Foo-foo's here.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's zero difference, I guess you want to say.
Start awaiting
That's your opinion.
Looking for intel.
Starlight, it's
If anything,
Take me along.
I mean, Honkai, Third Impact, and Z.Z.Z, yeah, I mean, they're published by the same company.
Want to see the red scarf?
So if they steal ideas from one another, that's
Man is iron. Right?
that's great.
Handmade Rena at your service.
Let me finish the age promotion on this. What I mean, what does it actually matter at that point? I mean, Weather and Waves has copied several different aspects of itself from multiple games. Again, that is your opinion. I don't think the mass majority of the chat will agree with that opinion, but hey, that's your opinion. If that's how you feel, it's how you feel.
Handmade Rena
I'm not here to
at
change your mind.
service.
I need more energy. You know what? I said I was gonna save the poly crowds for the fucking next banner, but fuck it. Everybody just had a fucking. Everybody just fucking felt their hearts fucking drop when I just did that, because that's a sign of a whale. Oh god, the whale call happened. Oh god, he fucking did the shit. Oh god, he spit fucking polychrons on energy. Oh,
Yes.
oh,
Accounted for.
my heart just busted out of my chest. You son of a bitch. You gave me a heart attack. Oh, oh.
Something so trivial that
Don't pay no mind to fate. Look, I'll even protect your fate. Here's a fucking mod ship for you, buddy. So that way you can talk all you want to talk. So you don't have to worry about getting banned or anything. Because I mean, like, look. Well, the thing is that we're not here to change fucking anyone's fucking mindset. We're here like if you don't agree, you don't agree. Like it's fine. You have the right to say what you want to say. It's not a big deal. You think that, you know, this and that are the same. You think that Z.Z.Z is shitty. Hey, you know what? Far be it from me to try to change your mindset. Look, I started playing Z.Z.Z because of St. Tonus. And honestly, best fucking decision he's made me, best decision I've made. And I thank St. Tonus for it all the time, because I don't agree with a lot of his takes on some things. Oh boy, we're close to effing this bitch. We're close to effing her. Oh shit. Then we can work on this. We can start working on this, boo boo. And then soon we can work on making her a DPS. But she's a support. I don't give a fuck. We're making a DPS out of it.
Accounted for.
We got to double invest, but we're gonna fucking do it. And we're gonna make fucking mommy fucking Rena fucking great. Because Fate is doing what Fate wants to do. You know, I think that one of the best fucking pitchers for this case. Let me find something here real quick. Hold on. There you go. That's how you deal with it. That's how you handle it. Look, even fucking Wilder Waves got fucking censored. Who gives a fuck? Oh no, Z.Z crashed because of me fucking closing out Firefox. Oh well. We reopen it. Unless y'all want me to go to horse racing. I mean, I don't understand what your problem, Fate, is. If you don't like Z.Z.Z, why are you here? Like, I'm just gonna be honest here. Like, if you don't like Z.Z.Z, I'm streaming Z.Z.Z. We're talking about Z.Z.Z. Why are you coming in and being upset of people talking about Zenless Zone Zero when you know what this channel's about? I mean, I don't think I hid the fact about this. I don't think I hide the fact that I, like, even though we talk about Weather Waves and such, like, I fucking, like, say, hey, Weather Waves did good. It didn't do as amazing as what other people say or anything, like, but it did good. I'm a little confused here. Well, if it's still, okay. Z.Z.Z's got the worst censorship, is what I'm hearing right now. That is what I'm fucking hearing. Right? Right, boys and girls? Can I throw Arena in here? Or is it too late to throw Arena in here?
Do you want me?
1, 2, yes.
Yeah, we can throw you in there, get 6,900, okay. I mean,
This is the path I follow. Need a fortune telling?
if this is the worst censorship ever, I mean,
Take a deep breath.
I'm just gonna say, if some of this is just the worst censorship, that I don't have a problem with it. I mean, god damn. If this is some of the worst censorship that's in this game, where I got a pair of titties that has fucking pearls between it and shit like this, and I mean, damn. I mean, I hate to see a game that goes beyond this. Like, if this is the worst, please enlighten me on what's the best. Can I speak normally? Like, goddamn. I mean, goddamn. Oh. I mean, I get to see fucking butt fucking flaps fucking move. Look at the jiggle on those fucking thighs and that ass. God damn. Like, that fucking butt's got a little boop boop where she walks. It's got that little boop 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 boop. Like, look at that fucking goddamn spring action ass she's got. If this is censorship, if that is censorship, I mean, my God, man. Well, Fate, you know what? It's clear to me you don't like Z.Z.Z. You don't like what's going on. It's not for you. There's other games out there. We got Genshin Impact. They got Weather and Waves. And I'm going to go ahead and do this. And let the chat decide your fate. Because clearly you're coming in for a fight. Which is fine. Hey, Z.Z.Z did the black screens. Z.Z.Z did all this stuff. It is what it is. I don't ban nobody. But, I mean, you're clearly coming in here. You don't like Z.Z.Z. Z.Z.Z hurt you sometime a long time ago. And
Eradicate all evil.
it is what it is. I'm just a guy who sits here. I like the game because it doesn't focus heavily on all this other shit like every other game. I'm tired of open world games. Like I'm more of a person who is into, yeah, who's into Z.Z.Z because it's more combat influenced. But if you're only upset with me because I came here to a fucking site like this, I selected an application called Zenless. And I looked at this right here, for example, and I found out that Zenless Zone Zero outperformed in the month of June over Weathered Waves, unlike what some people are claiming because of the recording of the top trends and everything else, and that's what you're upset about. I'm sorry. Really am. But I'm not gonna, but I'm looking at data. I'm looking at data where it shows me that Zenless Zone Zero and Weather and Waves, that in the month of June, Zenless Zone Zero outperformed Weather and Waves, as well as outperformed its, not only its anniversary to anniversary, but even Zenless Zone Zero by a good margin, by a small margin, excuse me, not good margin, a small margin, did actually overpower Weather and Waves in taking over the top grossing game of June of 2025. The data's been recorded. And this ain't no fucking Hoyle Shell or fucking, you know, company that is fucking catering to Kuro or even MiHoYo or anything, because this is just straight up a company that records every single application. They have no agenda with MiHoYo or Kuro or anything. So, in all honesty, that's what we're just looking at. I mean, it's fine. It happens. All I got from that was characters aren't ultra sexy theirs for censored the game. I mean, I don't understand it either. Like, this is the only thing that I was trying to discuss, is that where Weather Waves, like, look, I know it starts drama, okay? I know it starts drama, but I like doing this not for the drama, but for the educational understanding that Weathered Waves has more of a presence in Western culture. That's what I wanted to understand. Wuwa has more of a presence in the Western culture of Australia, Canada, France, Germany, United Kingdom, and United States than Zenless Zone Zero. His argument was about the censorship of fucking Zenless Zone Zero. Basically, characters got censored. Fucking Wuwa got fucking censored. Wuwa that fucking had jellyfish titties that had a camel toe, man. You could see her fucking vagina. They had to censor it. All I was trying to point out is that the silent majority back in January for Weather and Waves made Weather and Waves above Z.Z.Z. But if you really look at it, the vast majority back in January put Zenless Zone Zero above fucking Kuro games. Eastern countries did that. But because the West has a footprint Just like a fucking election. Kuro Games back in January 2025 on mobile stores outperformed Z.Z.Z. In June of last year, the foothold, though, from the Western side wasn't enough back in June to make it to where Weather and Waves took grasp of top grossing game. Z.Z.Z. did. But it goes to show, and what I'm impressed about, the footprint that the Western culture actually has in Weather and Waves. I don't know what's happening. Maybe it's because my title is that fucking June of 2025. It is proven that Z.Z.Z. was top grossing over Weather and Waves by a small margin. And maybe someone has different data that tells me I'm wrong. I'm all up for reviewing that data. I mean, if anything, like I stated this 100 times, all of this data proves to Kuro Games and to MiHoYo is that their business strategies for Z.Z.Z, for Weather and Waves, is working. The only business strategy that is in a warning state right now, something is failing, is Genshin Impact. And the reason for that is because Genshin Impact is fighting Honkai Star Rail. So Honkai Star Rail is kind of fucking Genshin Impact, it looks like, up a little bit. But at the end of the day, they're both by the same publisher and it doesn't fucking matter. Wait, I'm not seeing no alt. Maybe I need to put on live chat. What's up, Razzie? What am I missing? We're talking about Z.Z.Z. You must shut up about Genshin. Black screens and Z.Z. literally is fucking. So what? So the fuck what? Who cares? I got a skip button. I mean, who else got a fucking skip button? Honkai Star Rail added a skip button. Who cares? I don't mind the black screens. You mind the black screens. You mind the black screens. I don't. I know many games back in the PS2 fucking days that they did the same fucking shit. There was visual novel style. I mean, some games on the fucking GBA, Game Boy Advance, was visual novel style. And you know what? No one complained about those black screens. No one complained about those visual novels. Like, am I not wrong? Maybe I'm so fucking old that I got dementia here. But wasn't Phoenix Wright? Like, didn't it have like a visual novel set up to as yeah, Ace Attorney, a visual novel franchise developed by Capcom. It had a thing. I mean, it's one of the best fucking games fucking on the GBA. Fucking Persona 4. I remember playing this a few times. It had visual fucking novels. It was on black fucking screens. But then again, I played not the actual fucking Persona. I played fucking Golden. I played Arena. Fucking Guilty Gear has as visually as fucking compelling as it is, has visual fucking novels and black screens. It's a 6-hour long visual novel fucking movie. Japan loves fucking visual novels. I mean, we're acting like Z.Z.Z is the first game that had put in visual novel and black screens and it's not animated. Oh, it's called take a book and read it. I mean, YouTube.com. Guilty Gear Xrd. Story. Four-hour fucking film.
Thank you, Eno.
A lot of your cutscenes are going to be like this.
Friends once, or if you fell in love, why you burn with such hatred for that man and the Gears.
This was for fucking several games.
Your real name. But I do know a great deal about a man named Soul Bad Guy. Blinded by vengeance, he lost sight of him.
That's the majority of the cutscenes for the entire story. And then every now and then, it would give us a fucking goddamn good cutscene like this. Which was still kind of more of an image play steal.
That didn't work. No, I think it did.
And Guilty Gear is highly fucking regarded. There was screens in here that would turn black and it would be like Kai and fucking Soul ran to the fucking tower. It had it like doesn't fucking matter. No. If you're not one that particularly cares for it, you're not one that particularly cares for it. That's always been my point. Like, Wuwa has more animations. So what? Wuwa is an exploration game. Wuwa is really, really designed focus on things. Z.Z.Z? More focused on fucking combat. I mean, yeah, Wuwa has fucking black screens too. Not as many. I'll give it that. For its fucking shit, but it does have it. It's not a big fucking deal. I mean, yeah, there's not... Like I even say about 2.0 fucking Z.Z.Z. The story, the what they gave us, it's decent. It's mid. It's not the best. Here's the difference. Here's the difference of the fucking batshit crazy fucking Wuwa community versus Z.Z.Z. And I think a lot of Z.Z players can agree with this. Okay? I think a lot of y'all can agree with this. Z.Z.Z. for 2.0, the update was mid. Okay? Even I went through the fucking story of Z.Z.Z. 2.0 here, and I am not gonna lie, I was a little bit, yeah, don't care. What events and everything else they gave me for 2.0, I was, yeah, it's what it is. It's decent. Okay? But I'm not glazed. But unlike the Weathered Waves community that had an anniversary that was kind of shitty, that is trying their hardest to glaze it and trying their hardest to, like, be as relevant and try to say this is the greatest thing in the fucking world, this is amazing and stuff like this. The vocal minority that's really defending a mid update, a filler patch, and justifying it. I don't see anyone Z.Z.Z justifying or fucking defending fucking 2.0. It is what it is. We got what we got. We're happy with it. We move on. That's the way I look at it. We know we got black screens. We know we got 48 of them. We know our story was for the beginning was a setup for 2.1, and it wasn't really that exponential. It wasn't really that fucking amazing. It wasn't action packed. It wasn't really that great. We're okay with it. It's fine. It's fine. Woo community, every patch is fucking great. Every fucking thing is fucking beautiful. We gotta justify every single fucking goddamn fucking thing. Like, I guess it must be a fucking feature why they got grass on a fucking goddamn fire pot. Like, let me open up Woowa real quick. Let me open up Woowa. Maybe there's a random fucking Woowa lurker that could justify something for me. I'm gonna ask you, justify it. I know what the fucking reason is that someone just didn't fucking bother to fucking know that they accidentally did this. Unless otherwise it got updated and it got fixed by now. I got it marked on the fucking goddamn fucking map. I got to play this on keyboard because the controller is on fucking Z.Z.Z. It's not gonna swap over. Look at this, I'm running 2 gotchas in once, my guys. Oh wait, I gotta switch map. I gotta go to Renacita. I go here, and it's right there. I want to see they fixed it. But there was no update. I doubt they fixed it. All right, so T is for this. And where's my dash? Okay, that's my dash.
Guests of the unkind. Make it fast.
And I'm going this way. Well, you can tell I play this on fucking controller. I don't play this on fucking mouse and keyboard. Fall here. All right, where exactly is it? We gotta go that way. Oh, maybe they fixed. Nope, they didn't fix it. I mean, is this a bug or is this a feature? I mean, we got a pot right here that's cracked out some fucking weed and it's just fucking smoking it. I mean, come on, like. You gotta admit, that's a fucking bug, right? Me standing on the pot and not fucking burning. Oh, wait, it's because I'm playing Chang Li. I mean, let's put fucking Shorekeeper. That's a feature, right? Let's be honest. Weatherwave's not fucking perfect as well. Even it misses the mark sometimes. Whether it is a graphical fucking issue, whether it is something with the story, whether it is something like a shitty fucking anniversary patch update, at the end of the fucking day, all these games have their moments, their high points, and their low points. Doesn't make them any fucking worse. Doesn't make them any fucking better than the other. It's, again, it is perception of your taste. All these games are different. You're coming in arguing about apparently censored characters, visual novel, black fucking screens. You're arguing about comic books from last I fucking remember, back last fucking year and shit. That there was no animation in the fucking shit, that it was all black, that was all fucking comic book. I went through it this year. And holy shit, let me say, like, even if it is comic book or whatever, it's really fucking good. I like the story. I like what's being told. And sometimes I can use my imagination. I mean, I think God gave me a fucking imagination for a reason. Sometimes you can't find a fucking Playboy and you need to whack it, so you gotta think of something in your head, like some girl with some big ass titties or some shit, right? Like, you're sitting here thinking like, oh, well, you're defending that Z.Z.Z has black screens. No, I'm not fucking defending it. All I'm saying is that it's like Mighty Number 9 when the fucking Mighty Number 9 came out. It's better than nothing. And I can say the same thing about fucking Woo to a certain degree about some things. It's better than nothing. Woo is not perfect. I don't need to glaze fucking Z.Z.Z. I could just say that, like, I prefer the combat in Z.Z.Z. I prefer the structure behind it. I prefer a lot of different things behind what the devs are doing in here. I mean, the devs gave us a fucking 10 fucking pull in this game for free just by watching their fucking live stream. Something that I honestly think was not expected. But I'm pretty sure that you'll have someone in the Weatherways community say, oh, the reason why they gave you 10 pulls was because, you know what? The fucking launch of 2.0 was shit. Okay. I mean, we had a better anniversary. I mean, they already gave the entire community a better fucking anniversary than what fucking Kuro gave to fucking Woowa. Z.Z.Z's anniversary outperformed Weather and Wave's anniversary by a fucking huge fucking large fucking scenario. And then even then, when people fucking go ahead and saying certain things, I mean, Z.Z.Z, even with the black screens and the stuff going on and all this such, Z.Z.Z still even outperformed in June as top grossing game. Meaning that Septimont update 2.4 actually fell behind Z.Z.Z according to the top grossing catalog of the stores for Apple and Google. And it's just the Western culture has got a foothold inside of Weather and Waves that you don't want to fucking just admit sometimes. Yeah, we could do a little bit better here. You can't accept the fact that Woo and Z.Z.Z are two different fucking games at the end of the day, and that, like, in all honesty, comparing them against each other is the dumbest fucking shit you could actually fucking do, because they are completely fucking different. But you want to pick on it to make yourself feel better when you're losing to a horse derby game that's made billions of fucking dollars since its fucking launch. You want to bitch, you want to fucking go ahead and feel good because a game like Fate Grand Order still fucking out fucking sells fucking Weather and Waves. You want to feel good because, you know, you still upset that even fucking Genshin Impact still fucking towers over Weather and Waves. So the only little one that you are trying to associate with, that you're trying to go against, is Zenless Zone fucking Zero, because it's the only one that is close enough for you to grasp on. Where you try to make all these excuses like, oh, the community of Z.Z.Z attacks Woowa all the time and everything else. And oh, Z.Z.Z's got a bunch of elitists that if you stream Z.Z.Z, the elitists are gonna come and tell you that you suck at gameplay and this is how you're supposed to do something. That you're not canceling, you're not doing that. Dude, I played Z.Z.Z for over fucking a month now. I've been live streaming and everything else, and all this fucking bullshit that someone like St. Tonus fucking talks about does not fucking exist. There has not been a single fucking goddamn fucking Z.Z.Z community elitist that has come into my fucking chat. I'm sure they exist, but I have not fucking seen these little fucking Kaiba motherfuckers trying to come in and tell me that fucking their fucking gameplay is better than my gameplay and that I'm doing something fucking wrong. All I see is a bunch of gooning fucking bastards that come in that talk about tits and ass. I see a bunch of people that have accepted Z.Z.Z's 48 black screens. It's mid fucking story. That has accepted the fact that, you know what, there is a lot of things that, you know, could be better in Z.Z.Z, but they're good with it. It's like talking to a person who is always fucking high on fucking weed and smoking that fucking goddamn fucking reefer and it's going like, yeah, buddy. You can't upset them. The only thing that you upset them about is that you go and you attack them. You're attacking the community as a fucking whole when you fucking be like elitist community and shit. Bro, there is no elitist in this community. Kaiba, I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh fan. I like to use Kaiba a lot. Kaiba's the type of fucking character that's gonna sit there and fucking watch Yugi fucking do a duel and be like, why the fuck are you not fucking using your Egyptian god card right now? beat the fuck out of fucking whoever and I want to fight you. Like, come the fuck on here. You're a third-rate proxy with a fourth-rate bill. I don't see this shit. I don't see this type of elitism. But you get what my point is. That Z.Z.Z is far beyond perfect. Weather and Wave's far beyond perfect. But what I have fucking noticed the fucking hardest is in this entire community standing is that people who are so attached in Weather and Waves, which is primarily the footprint of the Western culture, like, you're so pissed off at the fucking world. Like, look. Let me show you. Let me show you. From since launch to here, why you're upset. You're upset at the fact of this. Because you really want this game to be fucking amazing. Okay, you really want this game to be, and look, and I don't get you wrong. I mean, like, look, even fucking Devil May Cry, believe it or not, Devil May Cry is not that fucking popular. It's very niche. Weather and Waves is very niche. But here's 4 games: Genshin, Fate, Pretty Derby. Blue Bee and Woowa. You're upset that Genshin right here in the red is still above you. You're upset at the fact that fucking Fate Grand Order is above you. You were upset in the beginning and such. You're upset that even fucking Pretty Derby here is touching you. It's close to you. You're upset. Why? It doesn't change a fucking thing, but you're upset at several of these fucking games. By touching. Just even touching. Like, you don't even stand against fucking Raid Shadow Legends, motherfuckers. Raid, you just got above it. You had what? 1, 2, 3. 3 months here. Oh wait, I'm so fucking far in. I gotta go back a little bit more. Look at that red chart. Oh, you beat it out, yeah, once, twice. But look, Raid has been fucking consistent. You've been up and you've been fucking down. You don't like the fucking fact that Raid Shadow Legend touches you. You don't like being touched. Look, you lost to this fucking whatever the fuck this thing's called. Where the fuck game this is? This is a shitty fucking mobile game. That shouldn't even be touching fucking Woowa. And look, it fucking does better than you. Get over it. This is why I never glaze fucking Weather and Waves. I like Weather and Waves. Weather and Waves does good. But my God, what is your fucking closest competition that is also not concurrent? Z.Z.Z. And even then, in the beginning, Z.Z.Z. came in. The only reason why in January it's Z.Z.Z. was lower than Weather Waves was because of the Western culture. Holy shit. You just don't like being touched. You are the kid on the fucking playground that another kid just walks right by you. You say, don't touch me. And they never even fucking touched you. You're the fucking Karen that someone bumps into. Don't touch me. I'm sorry. Dude, there's no sorry. You did that on purpose. No. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you. You're the little Yorkie dog that fights a fucking pit bull when you don't even have to fight a fucking pit bull. You're the fucking little Yorkie dog that's behind the fucking door, barking out the fucking doors because you see a fucking pit bull walking on the sidewalk and you want to go bite its ass because it walked in front of your vicinity. That's the truth. That is why, like I said, the vocal little minority of Weather and Waves community is batshit fucking insane, and it's the Western culture side. It's the Western players. The mass majority of the Western players who play fucking Weather and Waves is batshit insane. They just hate Hoyo with so much fucking passion that they have to justify every single thing. They cannot say, hey, look, okay, yeah, we had kind of a shitty fucking anniversary, but hey, at least we got some Lunets. At least we got some Astrites. At least it was decent. No, we gotta justify it and say, oh, it's better than fucking goddamn Z.Z.Z's fucking anniversary. Yeah, Z.Z.Z, look at this. Both fucking anniversaries were equivalent to one another. Both anniversaries were very well equivalent. And at the same point in time, you didn't try to make remarks that Z.Z.Z is like, well, 2.4 is the real anniversary. We're gonna beat Z.Z.Z out, and then on the top grossing market, fucking charts, you still lost to Z.Z.Z. Not by much, but you still lost. And then you complain, oh well, y'all had two banners, we only had one. If we would have had Lupa and fucking thing, we would have been able to do nothing that anyone's going to say is going to be able to be reasoned with. And then if I would even go ahead, and as far as this has happened to me multiple times already, where I say, hey, look, Weather and Waves is still a good game, everything else, I still recommended to players to, if you want to play Weather and Waves and such, just don't get involved with the community because the community is absolutely fucking trash. But at least the game is really fucking good to play. It's very cheap. It's still predatorial, but it's a very cheap predatorialness. Even then, me defending Weather and Waves, you're gonna have the community. It's like, you don't fucking mean what the fuck you're saying. I just fucking went ahead and told a person to play fucking Weather and Waves, and you're upset with me for telling them to play fucking Weather and Waves. You get upset with anybody. You're such a cannibalistic fucking community that at the end of the fucking day, when someone says, hey, look, I like Weather and Waves, but I don't like this. What do you mean you don't like this? This was the greatest fucking thing. The fly mechanic, the shooting mechanic was the greatest fucking thing that's ever happened to Weather and Waves. It's like Nier Automata. By saying you don't like the little shooting droids, like you say you don't like Nier Automata. So you don't like Nier Automata? It's like, that's not what the fuck I said. I just said I don't see a purpose for the fucking goddamn shooting mechanic. Because there's no more shooting puzzles in the fucking game. Like, they gave it to me and it's absolutely have no use for. Well, it does have a use. You can go get those useless fucking goddamn building materials over there, and you can build weapons. But building the weapons, again, the 4-star weapons that I could just collect from using Astrites and Lunets, are the ones I summon better than the ones I can build? Well, yeah, but still, you can build the fucking weapons. What? Because you gotta hit that boulder over there 3 times to break it, and the shooting droid shoots it once and it breaks on instantly. Okay, but that weapon shit. Well, yeah, it's shit, but you can shoot the droid. With the droid, you can shoot it once. You can collect material for crafting. Yeah, and it's shit. Yeah. So wouldn't that just mean that the shooting droid has no fucking purpose? Again, you can't fucking reason. Even when there is some components that is useless. Like, let's be fucking honest, it is fucking useless. It is considered to be the greatest quality of life change in the fucking game. So yeah, Wua community versus Z.Z.Z community. At least the Z.Z.Z community, in my personal mindset, they understand the difference between glazing something and saying, that's good. Well, in ways, it has to justify every single thing. Z.Z.Z community, I haven't seen them justify every single fucking thing. Saint shits on every fucking thing he gets shit on. Anything, like I said, again. Say it with me now, guys. Say it with me. The vocal minority of the Weather and Waves group is batshit fucking insane. That everything has to be, in some way, shape, form, justified. Just because they don't like being touched. They are so, like, the Wua community is trying its best. And it is the footprint of the Western culture that is trying to make this game more relevant than what it actually is. Instead of just being the type of people that says we are good where we're at and we hope for better and we expect that it will get better. It is this blatant fucking toxic positivity where I'm telling you right now, you know what, the best thing in Z.Z.Z, I mean the best thing in Wua is the fact that it does have a bigger hold in the Western tier. United Kingdom, United States, Germany, France, Canada, and Australia basically are more receptive to Weather and Waves than Zenless Zone Zero. Zenless Zone Zero is not as receptive. It's got a reception, but not as big as Weather and Waves. That's a good thing. For Wua, that is a damn good thing. Why can't you be happy? Why can't you and Weather and Waves community just be happy? You're so cannibalistic that you even got someone like St. Tonus shitting on PGR. Even St. Tonus is started to shit on PGR. The game that is the fucking, I'll say it like this, is the funding that allowed Weather and Waves to even come into existence is being shit on. So now we got to start a war with Punishing Gray Raven fans because we're so cannibalistic, because sometimes the PGR fans who are supporting the Weather Wave fans is coming in and talking about how great PGR is. And then you got someone like St. Tonus that's basically calling it fucking Guitar Hero. But we got to shit on PGR to make ourselves feel better with Weather and Waves. Where I guarantee you, if PGR failed, if Punishing Gray Raven had failed, And when EOS a long time ago from its release, Weather Waves wouldn't exist. Punishing Grave Raving is a reason, is a big reason why the company stayed alive, why the company grew with with this game and the other game that they made, that it was able to fund another development team to develop Weather Waves. Oh, we got a video about PGR Get Saint. Let's go see it. Let me pause the music. Let's go see.
What's up, y'all? Drake's Revenge here. Welcome to the channel. As this is the first video on my channel, I wanted to briefly let y'all know I will be posting regularly and streaming in the near future as well. We will be mostly doing gacha content, but there might be a bit of variety here and there. We'll see. But yeah, I'm going to be covering whatever gachas I'm currently playing, and right now that's Zenless Zone Zero, Wuthering Waves, and PGR. However, I'm also trying out a lot of newer gachas that are interesting to me. Currently just tried out Uma Musume, very hype. I gotta say that game kind of took me off guard, so...
That took me off guard too, I'm not gonna lie.
Racing girls, but you know, it's pretty hype. So yeah, I'm gonna be trying out NTE hopefully in the near future, and you know, any of those bigger new gacha games I'm probably gonna be giving a shot. So you know, can't say I'll stick with all of them, but you know, I want to at least make a first impressions kind of thing. So yeah, with that being said, let's get on into the video. So, Saint Tontas recently had a clip that started to circulate a bit in the gacha space, in particular in the PGR community this time around. And we all know Saint can be a bit, let's just say, harsh in his words, and while I definitely don't agree with his takes all the time, as has been on full display in the past, this one I really wanted to talk about because I feel like some PGR players are taking offense to something that's really just kind of true at the end of the day. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the clip.
I'm gonna be honest. A lot of people say that PGR has like the best combat ever. I don't think it's I don't think it's that good. I mean, I'm just gonna be real with you. I think people saying PGR has the best combat ever are like I think they're actually on drugs, straight up. I actually think they're on drugs. It's some of the most like scripted stuff ever. It's Combat Guitar Hero. Yeah, you literally just press the orbs in the right order and then like go from there. I don't really think it's that. I don't think it's that good.
Okay, so now that we've heard the clip, I gotta say I agree with most of this take except for the last little bit of him saying I don't think it's that good, referring to the PGR combat, right? And you know what? That's fine. That's his opinion and he's entitled to it. I think PGR has some incredibly fun and flashy combat with great character designs and some pretty unique kits, but I'll be honest, the latest Omni frames really do just come down to pressing the orbs in the right order, and that's made even easier than ever now, with some frames giving you colorless orbs that you can choose how to spin them how you like, or others that limit what type of orbs you can get in certain forms that the character may be in, and some that do a bit of both. And for a bit of background, I've been playing PGR since Alpha Crimson Weave's release on Global a little over a year and a half ago. I did take a bit of a break, but came back around the BlackRock Shooter collab, and have been playing regularly ever since. And I've invested a good bit of money into the game as well. I'm definitely not a free-to-play player by any means. I have completed all the hardest content the game has to offer, and know how to play most of the teams and their rotations outside of the newer affix ones. I haven't taken the time to learn those just yet. But yeah, I know a good bit about the game, and while I do find PGR combat very fun and flashy, and I think that's a huge selling point of the game, I think that what's missing from the game at large today, compared to Zenless Zone Zero and Wuthering Waves, that prevents it from being considered the quote-unquote best by a lot of people, is the lack of interactions and the dance that you go through, especially with bosses. In both Wuthering Waves and Zenless Zone Zero, you have to actively look for parries and be ready to dodge if you are unable to parry a boss's attack, right? You see this with like the gold/yellow flashes in Zenless Zone.
I mean, it's an
Zero,
older game
and
too.
You see like the little circle icon and, you know, Wuthering Waves when a boss's action can be parried, right? So this back and forth, this dance, as I kind of refer to it as, makes it feel more engaging, and frankly does just require a bit more skill of the players. The biggest skill you need in PGR, by comparison, you just need to learn your rotation. And while that can take a bit of time, just like a fighting game combo, once you get it down, it's pretty simple, right? It just becomes basic muscle memory. And then after that, really all you do is just press the orbs in the right order, kind of like Saint mentioned.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I couldn't tell you the last time I actually tried to dodge in Warzone or the Phantom Pain Cage. As you'll probably see in some of the footage in the background, I just press the orbs I need to press and everything just kind of explodes. And look, that's fun, but it's definitely more of a power fantasy type of hack and slash action game that doesn't require players to be as familiar with the boss patterns comparatively to Wuthering Waves. A little bit less so in Zenless Zone Zero, but you know, there is definitely some trickier boss patterns and some of the newer bosses in Zenless as well. Now, I know some people were talking about semantics when it came to him saying, some people are saying PGR combat has the best combat in any gacha versus any game. And again, I think that's a bit of a silly take. He was clearly talking about gacha. This is where there's a lot of reaching for things that just because it's Saint and Saint equals bad, I guess, in so many people's eyes. And that's something that just kind of annoys me, right? I think it, you know, just call a spade a spade. I don't think, you know, one person is, you know, terrible for the space or anything like that. PGR at this point for me is solely for the flashy combat, as my account is pretty good at this point, and like I said, I've beaten the game, quote unquote. It is a game though that I do enjoy, but if there's a new gacha that comes out that I really like, well, again, I think PGR is the first game on the chopping block for me as far as gachas to be replaced, because it's towards the end of its hype, especially after this Devil May Cry collab that we have coming up, which, by the way, looks incredible. Probably going to be one of the best collabs in gacha gaming, at least for a very long time. I know HSR is about to have their Fate collab, but I'm sorry, it just can't compare, right? The DMC collab that we've seen, there's so much love and care put into that. Really looking forward to being able to experience that on global here very soon. But yeah, and then there's this other clip that also recently got posted with Saint talking about the PGR community.
With PGR, the only people that are left playing the game at this point and actually talking about it are those like Giga elitists, and that's the only discourse that happens surrounding the game. Genuinely, like, there's really no other discourse surrounding the game. The only time it ends up being talked about outside of like its close-knit communities is when they're just shit-talking people for playing it. That's literally what they're known for. Like, the first thing that people will talk about when like a new kid is released is like, oh, it looks like these casual noobs won't be able to play this character. Oh, this character looks too complex for those casuals to be able to play her. It's just like, okay, bro.
So yeah, this clip is about talking about the rampant elitism in the PGR community. Something else I frankly also agree with, and something I've tried to change a bit since I started getting into the game, because I also experienced a lot of that same elitism when I first started. And I feel like I've done a good bit to try to help with that. I feel like I've tried to help players give the game a shot, and if they have any questions, answer them, or at the very least point them towards someone that can answer their question. However, like
I got no opinion on this because I don't know anything about PGR's community.
In this community, who don't care about the new player experience or even want new players at all, to be quite honest. And I feel like they're, I guess, afraid of these quote-unquote tourists coming in and somehow ruining their 4+ year old gacha. And frankly, that's just a pretty retarded way to look at it. I'm always honest when people ask me about the game and let them know that the beginning can be kind of rough. The early chapters are not very well polished, and you know you have to play with some of the older units that feel quite rough to play, to say the least. But I've always said though too, if you stick with it, I think it's a great gacha to play, and I still believe that to this day. There's a lot to like about the game. It's very free to play, friendly. Like I said, there's a lot of flash, and frankly I think the character designs are quite peak still. What I don't think we should be doing though is discouraging new players from giving the game a chance and calling people idiots, like Saint was describing in this clip here, because Kuro wants to write short novels in their character kits and make them extremely convoluted, not just in PGR but in WUA as well. Now luckily they have been getting better with their trials, but regardless, the PGR community does need to stop being so gatekeepy and frankly cringe when it comes to people criticizing the game. I think that's always an issue, and not just PGR but in a lot of gacha, but I've seen it so much when it comes to PGR. I think just because it is such an old and established game at this point, but yeah, it really does get old, because I would like to see people at least give the game a chance and see if it's for them or not, but some of these older players in particular do make it quite difficult. With all that being said, do you guys think PGR has the best combat in all of Gacha, or do you think it's a game that forces more of those interactions that I mentioned earlier, like Zenless Zone Zero or Wuthering Waves? Be sure to let me know in the comments down below. I might be getting canceled for this one right off the bat by the PGR community, but hey, I just try to call things as I see it. Anyways, be sure to leave a like and subscribe if you want to see more gacha content like this, and I'll see you in the next one. Later.
I mean, I can't say none about the PGR community, to be completely honest, 'cause I don't know shit about the PGR community. I mean, I would trust you guys more in the chat than that. I would trust his opinion more about that. I can tell you that, to be completely honest, that sounds right. It actually kind of sounds right. And what I mean by that is that when you got a niche community, right? Let's say like Guilty Gear Axicor or Guilty Gear Xrd, the original such. You got a niche community. The community itself sometimes gatekeeps the game. Okay? It sometimes gatekeeps the game in general because they don't want to bring in new players. DNF Duel was like this after a couple of months after its release, to where competitive players came in and gate kept it. That's just what happens. Heck, I can tell you that, like, WUA has elitists. The WUA community has elitists in it. Z.Z.Z, like I said, I think the Z.Z.Z community has elitism in it. But the thing is, I haven't seen it to actually be able to confirm it. But I do think it does. I think, like, every single community has the elitism. It's just that when, I guess you could say, the casual player starts to drop the game and it just leaves these elitism, you see it more and more and more and more. And it grows. It depends on how soon it is to something drops. I'm not watching this. Not watching that. I don't support Saintonus. I don't watch his videos. Like, if someone's got clips of his stuff in their videos, yeah. But I don't actually watch his videos. Because I don't want to sit there for 20-something minutes hearing about why Weathered Waves is better than fucking Genshin, and then he's trying to get to a point, and that point that he's going to try to make is 5 minutes, but he's got to explain the entire world's order in an hour to get to that fucking 5 minute point. Look, the HP inflation bullshit, I know what he's talking about there because I did see it. I did see that live with Chris GM, and we were on Discord and we were talking on Discord and everything. And because if you guys don't know, sometimes I go in Discord, I'll go into a voice chat, I'll just sit there and I'll start streaming and shit, like different things I'm watching, and we'll have conversation. So if you ever catch me in a VC and you want to jump in, go for it. But no, we were watching it, and the craziest fucking thing, and what the entire problem with his entire HP inflation conversation is that he's so used to Weathered Waves that he's not used to understanding why Z.Z.Z is the way it is. Like, HP inflation aside, the problem he's got with Z.Z.Z is he can't burst a boss down in 15 seconds, in 30 seconds, in under a minute. He's bitching at his Miyabi, which is built, that has a signature weapon, fighting against critical note, like, and it makes absolutely, like, it makes absolutely no fucking sense. It makes none. Because what he did, he got a good time. He got a great time, in my personal opinion. I don't know shit about Z.Z.Z to a certain point, but I can tell you. He's going to fight an enemy that is weak to fire, that's got a physical, and weak to physical, but his resistance is ice, and complain that he's got a 2 minute and something time fucking frame with Miyabi. And it's like, do you not fucking read? And then it's making this entire point or whatever, that it is based more on the idealism, like, you know, that the Miyabi, which should just blow through, because he's got 2 fire characters which are support and such that's on the team, blah blah blah. And it's like, for what you did, that was an average time. You did good. You did good in that fight. Like, you still got an S rank, and you're bitching about this, where the idea is that if you fought it with a fire character, you would have gotten a better time. Like, if you had an Evelyn there, you would have did better. You would have did better with Jane Doe. But you're bitching that Miyabi could not do this in a better time. It's not designed for Miyabi. And you're bitching about HP inflation being the issue. You're not taking into consideration the buff. You're not taking into consideration enemy weakness. This is not Weathered Waves. In Weathered Waves, like I did this the other day. It's like, you pop on Weathered Waves, you go fight fucking the Fallacy of the Fallen with fucking Zenny. You're gonna call them a fucking moron because you're fighting spectral element against spectral element. You don't fucking do that. You fight against every other element. In Weathered Waves, you don't have enemies that are weak to a certain type. But in this game, you do. His Miyabi has grace. I thought it was the actual fucking the right weapon. I did it with fucking Miyabi with Chris. And my Miyabi is not fucking built, and I got relatively the same time. My Miyabi has only got Fusion Compiler. Oh, you know what? I was good with it. I got a better time with fucking a fire team than I did with a Miyabi, but it doesn't mean it's not like it can't be done. It's just that I expect that my Miyabi, which is a ice character, going against a boss that's resistant against ice, guess what? I'm going to be fighting what's against a resistance wall, a defensive resistance wall. That's it. I mean, you're playing fucking Pokemon here. Yes, Weather Waves has resistance, but the best way of handling the resistance is very simple. You fight with any other element but the element that the boss is. If the boss is an aerial element, you don't fight it with an aerial character. You fight it with any other fucking character. And the thing is that when it comes down to the resistances, right? In Wuwa does not have an advantage when it comes to its elemental system. Not like Genshin, not like Shiyu, not like Z.Z.Z here. So if I'm fighting, you know how it says right here, the enemy's weak to fire, but its enemy's resistance to ice. There is the thing about Wuwa. Let me paint this picture. The thing about Wuwa, you see this right here where it says enemy weakness? This does not exist. In Wuwa, this does not exist. This is what exists. Enemy resistance, not this. So in this case scenario, you see how it says enemy resistance is ice and electric? In Weathered Waves, you know what that would tell me? Don't fight with a character that is Glacio or electric. I could fight it with Arrow. I could fight it with Havoc. I could fight it with Spectral. I could fight, because all those element resistances are going to be 10%. If I fight against this is 40%. That's Wuwa. Wuwa has nothing, like, you're not taking fire and go and fight ice and beating fucking out ice faster than Spectral or anything. That's how Wuwa plays. Wuwa is so fucking simple in that regards. Oh, Fusion is Grace. Well, I got that. I got Fusion Compiler for fucking Miyabi. I didn't know that was hers. But I don't have fucking Miyabi's signature weapon. I did fucking relatively good. No, I'm talking about Wuwa. No, I'm talking about Wuwa. What's the name of the website? It's right here. I'm not talking about Z.Z.Z. I'm talking about Wuwa. Change in English. Enemy creatures. Go to like Fleur de Release, right? You see how she's Arrow, but she's got a 40% right here. Arrow. She's got a 40% resistance. Everything else is 10. Everything else is 10. Physical's 10, Glacial's 10, Fusion's 10, Electro's 10, Spectral's 10, Havoc's 10. Let me maximize it so you can see this better. So I go fight this boss. This is what you need to know about. This is what you need to know about Wuwa. I go fight this boss with an electric character, a fusion character, a glacial character, a havoc, or a spectral. I don't fight it with an arrow. Arrow character's got a 40% defensive wall I got to fight against. Everything else is 10. So don't fucking worry about it. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to Wuwa. Little enemies don't really fucking matter, but still, they got a 40% defensive wall against their element. But every other element is 10%. Every other element. 40% against Havoc. So if I fight this with a Havoc with Havoc characters, his resistance is much higher against Havoc. I'm gonna have a little bit of trouble. So I should fight it against with any of the other fucking types. That is how you play Z.Z. That's how you play Weather and Waves. There's no difference. That's how you play Weather and Waves. Z.Z.Z. Let's go take a look at Z.Z.Z. let's see. Let's go with twins Marriott. So with the twins, their resistance. So I fight them with fire, I fight them with electric, I fight them with physical. I don't look like I don't want to do it with ether or with ice. Don't look like they're particularly such. Okay, so what's another one? Miasma Priest. It has a 40% damage reduction, 20% for anomaly buildup, and 20% for ice. Fire 0, electric 0, minus 20 for ether. Okay, so minus means a thing. Okay. And physical. So ether is a minus 20% as such. So would that not mean that for the Marionette, I would want to fight it with an ice character, but everything else is 0%. So Butcher. So it loses more to ice. Damn, that means is a lot of shit weak to ice or something? Okay, this is weak to fucking electric and ether more. So I do more damage that way. Meaning that it has a weakness. Poppy has a weakness against fire, but has a resistance against electric. Oh, what's it special? I want to see special. I saw it. Heretic Jester is what it's going to be called. Damn. So that's what they're going to call that. Like, when it's a negative, just means that it's more prone to ice damage, more prone to ether damage. Okay. And if it's got a plus, it's resistance to it. I mean, it's not like Woowa. Again, if fucking Woowa. I fight Scar. Scar's got a 40% resistance to fusion damage. When it's in transform into the Grim Reaper state, though, it has an increased resistance to Spectro and Havoc damage, so that does go up. Jew. Electric and Spectro is at a 40% resistance wall, so I need to fight it with Aerial, Havoc, Fusion, Glacial, or Physical. Like, I mean, it's the same principle concept as in here. So the enemy's resistance to ice, which is this motherfucker here, he's got a 40% fucking wall right there, or 20% wall. Like, you're bitching about HP inflation when it's not an HP inflation issue. I'm not even worried about this. Like, no offense. Like, I'm not even worried about none of this. Because I figure I can read. I mean, I appreciate the DM, but I'm going to put it like this. I like, this is the thing between me and Saintonus. I don't care because I can read. I can read that this character, this enemy is weak to fire. This is resistance to ice. I should use fucking fire team. That I know if I put Ellen, Joe, or Miyabi in this fight, I can expect the fight to last a little bit longer. That's going to be a little bit more difficult. But am I going to blame HP inflation for that? Or am I going to blame my dumbass for using the wrong fucking team? Like, that's the fucking point that he's fucking missing. He's trying to fucking defend something that does not need to be defended. Like, he did good. And again, this is where my argument came into play. Right? This is where my argument comes into play. That you're arguing with your fucking chat and shit that this is HP inflation. That's not the argument that I would have been making if I was Saintonus. The argument I would have made is that this right here means absolutely fucking nothing. I'll fight with fucking Miyabi, and that's how easy the fucking game is. Now you just proved power creep. Now you can argue that scenario. You can argue that you were still able to get an S rank using an M0 Miyabi. Fully built. Beating it with against its own resistance. Getting a good time. Getting a good time. S-ing this shit. Now you could go ahead and you could argue Miyabi power creep. Now you could go ahead, you could argue that the game is batshit fucking easy to fucking play. That's the argument you make. No, he's arguing about HP inflation and that this is hard or whatever, some fucking bullshit like this and everything else, and I'm like, bro, you just had a fucking entire fucking argument that I just spun for you right fucking there. That you could have fucking used, that a lot of people probably, they would try to, but they couldn't actually argue against that. To something that you just basically made the admittment that you can't fucking read. Like, even I have provided a better argument for Saintonus on this shit. Like, you're trying to argue HP inflation, and what I'm seeing is you're just proving that this is too easy. That this don't fucking matter. That's all you fucking proved. Like, that's not what my point is, cuz that's not what my point is. My point, like I said, is that his argument makes no sense. His argument, the only sense it basically makes is you couldn't read. Like, I don't give a fuck about resistance. I don't give a fuck about all the other shit. I don't care about Miyabi's power creep or anything. I'm telling you that the man's argument that he is trying to push makes no sense. He is bringing up HP inflation. When HP inflation, I don't understand why you're arguing about it. You just did it so easy that you could argue the fact that power creep is the biggest fucking factor in this. You're arguing that your Miyabi should be doing better fucking damage when it's going against a resistance, instead of arguing that you did not need to worry about the resistance because Miyabi is a power creep. That the HP inflation was nowhere near necessary for that entire argument. That the entire argument, all you did, the bone that you threw to the Z.Z community just basically makes them go ahead and look like, what, you can't fucking read, and because your argument is that your Miyabi didn't do more damage as you wanted it to be? Like, what? Like, someone needs to rewrite St. Thomas's fucking arguments when he does shit, because he sounds like a dumbass. Like, like I said, there's a whole nother argument you could be making right there that would make more sense. But the argument you picked was my Miyabi should be doing more damage to an ice-resistant enemy, instead of my Miyabi was able to clear the first phase of node 7 here with me able to still clear against a resistance, meaning that there was no purpose for the resistance. Like I said, I can fucking argue this another fucking way. Like, if I was the person who is strictly fucking Weathering Waves and I want to fight the Z.Z community, that's how I would fight it. That's the point. And again, like, this is where, like I say, you're failing to understand is that I don't care if Z.Z is not arguing against it or anything. I don't care. The dumbest part of that entire scenario, the entire statement from St. Thomas is that he had a legitimate argument to be made. That he referenced something completely out there that makes no sense. See, you're focusing too much on one section of this about St. Thomas. I'm helping St. Thomas with his argument. That's the difference. The difference is I'm helping the man create an argument because he can't even create the argument against something because he didn't think about it. Like, stop trying to denounce St. Thomas in the sense of, like, he's attacking Z.Z.Z. Like, I'll attack it for him. I'm gonna tell you right now, all he proved is that there's power creep. All he fucking proved is that in the sense right there is that straight up Z.Z.Z is fucking easy as fuck. That resistance does not matter. That's what he proved. I'll make the argument for him. Because it did not prevent him from S-ranking it. It's sad when you got to help someone realize that there's a different argument to be made than the argument you're trying to push. His argument makes no sense. That's my entire point. There's something far better he can just basically fucking discuss. A far better argument that he can make that he didn't try. One that he made prior to all this drama about Z.Z.Z and its power creep and everything else. And then it's like he forgot it. Like this is the reason why like say Toes doesn't like me or something, because like legitimately, dude, I could sit there and I could argue your point, right? And I could actually fucking make it make sense. Like that would be a scenario that I would argue against EO, who is saying, well, you know, when it comes to ZZ, the combat, you know, it's more focused where you need to understand mechanics and such. And that is where I like, well, why do I need to understand mechanics? Why do I need to fucking read when I can take fucking Miyabi and go into Critical Node 7 and beat the first fucking phase of Critical Node 7 with fucking Miyabi against an ice resisted fucking enemy that is upholding that, still clear it with a 2-minute and fucking 15-second clear time, to which I still have more than enough time for phase fucking 2 to complete it with another team and still get an S rank. Explain that one to me, EO. If I was St. Tonus, that is what I would fucking be pushing. You want to go against the elitism, supposedly. You want to talk about that there's ZZ elitist. That is the argument you make. Give the ZZ elitists that you're calling them the validation that there says, okay, there is different mechanics you don't fucking understand, St. Tonus. The reason why HP inflation doesn't fucking matter. Okay. Let's take HP inflation out of the equation. What did St. Tonus prove? What did he prove that he should have talked about? What he proved there is that the combat in Z.Z.Z is relatively, to be completely honest, much more simpler and easier. That if he could go through against an ice resistant enemy with his Miyabi and still be able to pull off an S rank, that proves that Miyabi is still a power creep. That proves right there that, in all honesty, that the combat is not exactly specified that you need to understand mechanics as well, because it's like me talking about the Elusive Death Realm and pissing people off in Wuwa's Elusive Death Realm back last year, where it's like you need to read the little cards and everything and get like the right cards if you want to beat Elusive Death Realm. And I just sat there and I said, nope, I'm just gonna pick my favorite colors: green, red, blue. Like I'm just gonna pick the prettiest colors. And I still beat Elusive Death Realm with no issues, to prove that it doesn't fucking matter. That's how easy Elusive Death Realm is in Wuwa. I don't have to read the fucking cards. Heck, I had people who did the same thing to me with the gear shit in here in Z.Z.Z. Like, I need to read the cards. I need to fucking put the fucking detail on, all this other stuff, and I'm fucking not doing it. It's like, what's the fucking point? I'm gonna play the way I play. I'm not gonna read it. It's not gonna be that big of a deal. I mean, I can get different moves and shit. I completely understand. I can make the character play completely fucking different if I read them and I understand. But at the end of the day, the content's not hard enough for me to really care about that gear system until I increase the difficulty of the ethereal by 15. Then I might want to consider basically reading a little bit. and try to get a better understanding of different things at that point. But in the beginning, I don't need to give a fuck about that. Again, a lot of times when St. Tonus argues about certain things, especially with Z.Z.Z, the man's argument makes no sense because he should be fighting a different argument that does make sense. Again, this is another reason why a lot of times I feel like St. Tonus is just trolling around. That there's no way that this guy actually believes what the fuck he's saying. And I'm at that point now where I'm about to be like, ah, you got me. And that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for him to make a fucking video that basically, you know, for the last year, I fucked with you guys and all this other stuff. You thought that I believed this shit and everything. And basically come out of the fucking closet and say, dudes, y'all all fucking fell for it. You all fucking fell for it. That is what I'm waiting for him to do. Because, again, to me, it's like, there's no way this dude believes this shit. Like, you got a whole totally different fucking argument you could be making right here that would make absolutely better fucking sense. And you're talking about this? Which doesn't make sense in the grand scheme of what you've been trying to accomplish with your message, with your pushed agenda. That's what I feel. Do I think he's good for the space? I think sooner or later it needs to pop. Like, that personality he's got going on, if he's faking this shit like I think he is, I would say give it a couple of more months, but sooner or later you gotta stop being like this, because you will honestly ruin your fucking reputation enough really fucking hard to where you're going to be like fucking Casey Tron. You'll be like low tier god. You will be considered a joke. Like, you can only push the joke, the trolling like this kind of shit, only so fucking far. And if you're not, and you're serious about this, well, far be it from me to fucking go ahead and try to change your mind by that time. Because there have been several content creators like that. There's the Casey Trons that are out there that are just a joke. And look where they're at now. Look where low tier god's at, man. Like, low tier god can't even fucking get into any more fucking tournaments and everything because he pushed the narrative so fucking hard that he is a villain in the FGC. The dude got legitimately banned from every fucking tournament and everything. The only thing he could do is survive pretty much only on live streaming. And even then, is not as good and is not as lucrative as it used to be. There comes to a point where it does dry up. YouTube is like, anyone who thinks YouTube is going to be like a long time, lifetime career for you to the end of the days, to some people, it is. To the mass majority, you're going to get your fame, you're going to get your fortune for a little while, but that's going to dry up. There's only very few people like Maximilian Dude, like Tectone, like fucking Tyler One and such, which can maintain that career. But each of these people have something, even PewDiePie and such, each of these people at some point in their life had to change things about themselves in order to keep growing. I just fucking realized something. There's something that's breaking my immersion right now. This fucking bird has no shadow. This bird has absolutely no fucking shadow. I guess this must prove that fucking ghost birds, dead spirit birds, don't produce shadows. Mods, clean up the chat. Yo, get that ass banned. You know what? Get that ass modded. Here's the thing about Tyler One, though, okay? Max is chill, Tyler One's aggressive. But let me put something like this. How many times have you actually, like, watched Tyler One for a little while and think he's an asshole? Right? That you don't like him. I remember a bunch of people when I was growing up and everything, and Tyler One being like the center of talks and everything. That everybody's like, oh, Tyler One's a fucking asshole. Fuck that guy. You know what's so fucking hilarious about Tyler One? Tyler One's an asshole, but Tyler One backs up his shit. That's the difference. Tyler One has earned that fucking right. Tyler One has earned the fucking right to be an asshole because he backs up the shit that he talks. People will call him out for shit, everything else, call him like, you know, this, that, like League of Legends, whatever. This is a guy that's a grandmaster of fucking chess. This is who fucking proved this shit. This is a guy who gets into fucking diamond on a fresh fucking account fucking 6 fucking times in a row with League of Legends and shit like this. This is a man that has proven his way. Even if fucking WoW took over the fucking guild and shit. He has proven himself. Time and time again. That unlike low tier gods and shit like this, unlike say Tonuses, he backs his shit up. Oh, Tyler One's been involved in drama several fucking times. But again, the thing is that when there's drama that's been involved with Tyler One, he has proven his shit. You know with Rain, how that guy basically challenged the entire WoW community and offered $500. Let's go. Brand spanking new account, Towerversity. First one Towerversity wins. They can clear Towerversity, right? No one has accepted him on his offer. Tyler One would have been into space, would have heard that shit. You know what Tyler One would have been doing? Let's go, bro. Oh, let's make it, and then he would probably been like, let's make it $1,000. Put your money where your mouth is. You really fucking believe that shit? Let's go. Let's fucking go. That's how Tyler 1 works. And Tyler 1 doesn't always fucking win. But Tyler 1 sits there and proves that he is man enough to take the deal. He's man enough to handle it. Wait, I never completed this. I'm sure I completed this fucking puzzle right here. Apparently I never did this puzzle. Look at that, I never did that puzzle. But that's the point. The point is that, like, you know, when Rain fucking put that fucking bounty up, why hasn't no Wua player fucking taken that deal? Like, why hasn't St. Tonis not taken that deal to prove himself? There's a man that fucking was complaining. I forgot who it was. It was that girl that beat him in that tournament, Braxphone's fucking tournament or whatever. That he sat there bitching on his stream about how she, you know, banned certain characters and shit like this, and how she fucked up her strat. It's like, that was the fucking point. Like, why didn't you have a backup plan? Why were you relying on Brant and shit? Why were you relying on this? Like, the only reason why he lost was because she had an upper hand, blah blah blah, and all this other such. It's like, so what? I mean, in tournaments, they have that kind of situation. In a lot of tournaments, they have those kind of deals. It's up to you to be prepared on how to deal with it. Why not fucking prove yourself? Prove you're the fucking Wua guy. Take the fucking challenge. Get the $500. Show every single person in the community that you know your shit. That this guy who's spewing out this shit doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. That you actually do understand the game enough over fucking that you're not all about the drama. Do it. Earn it. Earn the right. Shit, I'm gonna be hosting goddamn fucking tournaments when fucking goddamn fucking Bang Boo Chess ends up happening. 2.1, July 15th, we're gonna fucking host fucking tournaments. Why? I want to see who the best fucking goddamn auto chess Bang Boom motherfucker is. Let's put up some fucking prizes. Let's go for it. Let's make these tournaments. There can only be one good fucking Bang Boo player. Let's find it. Yeah, we're doing all right. We're talking about fucking a lot. We're talking about some things. We had a couple people from the Woolworth side of the community that came in and started trash talking Z.Z.Z. Even though all we're trying to explain here is that Wuwa has more of a Western footprint than even a lot of us expected.
This is the path I follow.
That's why I like that's why I like having these conversations. Okay, you can say I'm drama farming all you fucking want. You know what? You're probably not wrong. I like talking about this kind of stuff because these are the things that fucking are interesting. It's really fucking interesting. I got several different things that in the last fucking month that I can make different points about Z.Z.Z on versus Weather and Waves. I made 2 videos about my experience with Z.Z.Z. And one thing, like I said, and I'll bring it back up for a second, is the fact that, again, the Z.Z.Z community doesn't give a fuck. Z.Z community is more aligned to be like, this is an okay update. This is all right. This could have been better. And doesn't sit there and try to justify it. Weathered Waves, every single thing has to be justified, which is the reason why I say the Wua community, especially the vocal minority, is absolutely batshit insane. And you can't change my mind otherwise. I bash Wua. I bash Z.Z.Z. I talk about the fucking issues. Like, here's the thing. Let's go back to this real quick. I look at this graph right here. I tell you, hey, look, Z.Z.Z 41% in Japan, stuff like this. Blah, 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 blah. We talk about all kinds of stuff, right? I come over here. I show you this top graph. I tell you, hey, look, in June, fucking Z.Z.Z, you know, was top grossing. Not Wua. Wua was in 3rd place. Z.Z.Z was in 2nd place, meaning that Z.Z.Z in the month of June, last month, made more money than Weather and Waves. Which means, and it's without a doubt, by a slim margin, beat out 2.4 update Stetamont. Someone's going to say that I'm bashing Wua by saying that. I come here to January. I come show you this. Oh, Kuro Games with Weather and Waves with its 2.0 update with Weather and Waves. With the 2.0 update, beat out Zenless Zone Zero. However, if I just do the Eastern countries, none of the West, Z.Z.Z beat out in January Kuro Games' Weather and Waves, which makes it which shows that Weather and Waves has a stronger footing in Western cultures than Zenless Zone Zero. You look at Zenless Zone Zero with its lifetime revenue, 11% of that revenue is made up by United States. 14% of Weather and Waves revenue is made up by the United States. You're going to say, well, that's only a 3% difference. It's not even that much. It is. In the terms of something like this, the only reason why Z.Z.Z was beaten out by Weather and Waves for top grossing of January of 2025 was because the Western culture put its foot in the door and basically said no. you'll think I'm bashing Wuwa. I am telling you that that is good news for Weather and Waves. That globally, there is a more of a fit with Weather and Waves in the United States, United Kingdom, Germany, France, Canada, and Australia than there is in Z.Z.Z. There's more of an imprint with the Western culture in Wuwa than there is in Zenless Zone Zero. Now, you're going to take it as I'm bashing Weather and Waves. The way I look at it is this is politics. Zenless Zone Zero is Democrat, Weather and Waves is Republican, however you want to look at it, Democrat, Republican, who gives a fuck? This is the two parties. I'm looking at how did they lose? What's the information of what was lost, what was gained, different things of that nature. I look at a graph, right? Because I want to look how close the top grossing charts have been. And I want to see, not to fight them, but I want to see in comparison where they were in retrospect to each other. Like here in January, because of the Western footing, Weather and Waves had a good large fucking win. Compared in April, that's a slimmer margin, but that slimmer margin, Z.Z.Z came out on top. Z.Z.Z by a slim margin, which is not as big as it was in January, by a slim margin has taken over. And it is predicted that it's going to, but we don't have this data because this is this month, but it's predicted because of the previous trajectories that Z.Z.Z is going to go down. It's not going to go this far down. I don't know what's going to happen with Weather and Waves or Z.Z.Z. We have to wait till we get closer to the end of July to figure out where this data is going to lie at. But right now, as of current present day, it is predicted that Z.Z.Z is going to fall. I don't believe that's what's going to happen. And I don't know what brand new, I don't know if the 2.5 patch or whatever for Weather and Waves is going to substantiate it enough to make it to where, you know, it's going to stay on top, or if both of these are going to be at a closer distance to it again. I think it's going to be closer, to be completely honest. I think it's going to be neck and neck, but that's how we look at it. I'm looking at data. I'm not fucking putting my feelings into this. I'm not putting my emotions into this. All this graph tells me is that with this current business model, on both games, they're both doing good. That's what this tells me. That there's no Weather and Wave EOS, there's no Z.Z.Z EOS, there's no warning signs right now. A warning sign is this. From the moment it started out in September 2020 and kept growing, you can see that there was a consistent, pretty much a big consistency, right? And then since 2024, Genshin has some issues compared to its track record. That's a warning sign. Genshin is still doing damn good, but it's not doing as good as it used to. There's a warning sign right here. If you look at that yellow line, that is a warning sign for Genshin. Like, I got Joker in here. Let's go ahead and take a look at something with Thing, because this might piss off someone like Drax, but who cares, right? Let's look at Devil May Cry Peak of Combat. Since its initial, July, such, because the game came out in January 2024 officially, so all this is like previous data from China and such. So let's take a look at this. You know what this tells me? In terms of top grossing? There was a warning sign. There was a huge warning sign all the way to December 2024. But since 2024, they managed to keep it up a little bit. And then right now in June, it went back down. This is a warning sign. But it's projected to go back up. For what it's making and for what it's the cost of everything is and everything, I think it's doing fine. That there was a correctiveness that you could see that they tried to implement for after December. There's something that happened in January, February, and all this right here that kind of brought it back up from its staggering going down. That it did level off. It went back down hard. But we're gonna have to see in the next couple of months what happens. There's some warning signs, but those warning signs are not telling me that it is going out of business. It's doing fine. It's just that, will they correct those warning signs? Yep, anime got his attention, different things. That's all. Like, data matters for a lot of different purposes. So say I'm bashing the shit out of Weather and Waves. I still play fucking Weather and Waves. It's not a bad fucking game. It's just that I'm looking at data, and I'm going to tell you that when it comes to the data, and I look at June, that this does prove that Gacha revenue is not calculating something, because top grossing was Zenless Zone Zero. Zenless Zone Zero made more. It was top grossing. And you can look at different trends. You can look at May. Weather and Waves is going to be up in May. Yep. 8th place. 19th place for Zenless Zone Zero. You can see SD Gundam Generation here was the top grossing for May. So, undeniably, Zenless Zone Zero did perform better in June over Weather and Waves, and its anniversary did do better than Weather and Waves' anniversary. There you go. Am I bashing Woola, or am I just reading data? That's simple. You're curious of Fire Emblem? Let's see. Fire Emblem looks like it makes a fucking lot of fucking money. Let's see. It's not been doing too well. Its trajectory has been going down. But it's Nintendo, and I don't think Nintendo gives two fucks. This looks like it does fucking better in terms of revenue. Yeah. Trajectory. Not so good. But again, Square Equinox, you really think they give two fucks? You think they give two fucks? That's like fucking Konami with Yu-Gi-Oh! You think fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! You think Konami gives two fucks? If it makes something, it makes something. As long as it makes over a certain limit, they're probably like, as long as it makes, I guess like in the last 30 days, as long as it's making about $1 million and it's only costing them like $100,000 a month to fucking produce like a new update. Like let's say it costs them $100,000 a month to do a update, right? It's probably actually much less than that, to be honest, but let's just say it's $100,000 for them to produce this update. Every month it's going to cost it $100,000. As long as they're producing in the last 30 days $1 million, they still got a profit of $500K above over $100,000 to produce an update. You think fucking Square cares? It's making a profit. As long as it's making a profit, they're going to keep it alive. Like if, I don't know, let's go to Arc Knights here. Arc Knight, last 30 days, made $2 million revenue. So if their patches costs us $100,000. So in all honesty, their revenue estimated is going to be $2 million. So $1,900,000 is the profit over paying $100,000 to make a patch. You really think this game is going to fucking EOS? If the patch, if it costs us more to put a patch up, then it costs us to, and it goes and gets a profit. So like, let's say tomorrow Arc Knights here only made $50,000, but the patch cost them $100,000. Then you really think that fucking Yo Star Games here is going to keep it alive? they might do it for a couple of months, but if those couple of months they're not making a profit and it's actually costing them money to build it, you really think they're going to keep it alive? Why should I do account reviews? I mean, I keep getting asked to do account reviews. I don't know why. I don't understand what the point of doing an account review is. I don't know. It looks cool. But y'all don't like me doing the analytic data of telling you how fucking like Zenless Zone Zero's fucking doing, how Weather and Waves is doing, how Genshin Impact is doing, how I can tell you that Genshin Impact's got a little bit of a warning sign, right? You know, you don't like the analytic data like this? Maybe it's because I'm too fucking old, man. I'm 36 fucking years old and fucking this excites me. Like when I learned this shit, when I do analytical data, like even at my fucking job, I have to do this shit, right? And you fucking start doing this shit. This shit actually fucking, to get the education that Weather Waves has more of a Western footprint than fucking Z.Z.Z is actually like entertaining to me. Like that's what I like about this. This isn't about fucking saying that Weather Waves is better than Z.Z.Z or Genshin's better than Weather Waves or fucking Zenless Zone Zero's better than all of them. It is looking at the data, looking at, again, some bullshit like the top apps, right? Like right here. And going back to fucking January when Weather Waves 2.0 released. And then realizing that the only reason that Weather and Waves was top grossing over Zenless Zone Zero was because of the Western footprint. That this right here is remarkable to me. You might not see it as remarkable, but this is remarkable to me because Asian culture is mobile. Okay? It's all about the phones. It's all about the gacha games. This is a culture all of its own. Okay? In China, in Japan, in Korea, in Taiwan, all of these different countries, Z.Z.Z with Astra beat out Weather and Waves 2.0 as top grossing. And then the Western communities, Germany, America, Canada comes in, United Kingdom comes in, and their footprint was such a big footprint that altogether worldwide Weather and Waves 2.0 update in January surpasses Zenless Zone Zero. This is at Magic, and I mod everybody in this chat. Unless you become really much of a Saint Tonus or Cruel Dog or some shit like that. Like, I don't mind fucking having Weather and Wave players in here, but when you come in here and you really start shit with the other players, and no matter what, you're coming in here and you're really starting shit, that's when I go ahead and I unmod the person and let the chat decide the fate. Like, if you're not part of the conversation and you're just here to antagonize, then I have a little bit of an issue. It's like a bar. We call the bouncers and the bouncers kick you out. Otherwise, everyone's welcome to come in here. Everyone gets a fucking membership, which is a mod, which is being a mod, and that way you don't have to fear that you're gonna get banned or anything like that. Yeah, you're perfectly fine. It's a different concept that I use. Like, what we could tell from this data right here, okay, is a couple of different things. Z.Z.Z was above, in 9th place above Kuro Games as the top free featured game on the stores like Google and iOS. We could tell that more advertisement was ran for Zenless Zone Zero than Kuro Games for January. But look who made it in top grossing. Weather and Waves. So even though Z.Z.Z was top free and top featured, it still was not enough for the Western footprint to come in and basically take over. And that to me right there should prove how much not how good Weather and Waves is or how bad Weather and Waves is. That just should go to prove where the fandom really work together. That footprint is like, again, it's like watching an election. That Zenless Zone Zero may want to consider trying to, as well as the Asian culture, that Zenless Zone Zero may want to try to push a little bit harder in some kind of a promotion, which is probably why they're doing what they're doing right now, more with the Western culture. That they might want to adapt a little bit more, like what Kuro Games is doing, and try to push a little bit harder. That they're doing really good in Japan, they're doing really good in China, but they might want to push a little bit more of a footprint with trying to get more of a Western audience to really back them. That's what that's telling me. Well, it's analytical data, but it is like look, I cover drama, I cover different things. The point of this channel and the point of what I do is I'm an ex-Weather and Waves player who's coming into Z.Z.Z. Okay? I've only played Z.Z.Z now for a month and a half. That's the best way to put it. I don't give a fuck about who's doing good, who's doing bad. Because back last year, I fought a bunch of people on Weather and Waves who would say that Wuwo was going EOS. Okay? Because when you look at analytical data of the year of Weather and Waves, you'll see, since Weather and Waves release, that like in September was a hard fucking drop. And right here, right fucking here, there is so many fucking people that was back last year when I was covering Weather and Waves that was saying Weather Waves going EOS, Weather Waves going EOS. Oh fucking no, it's going EOS, it's going EOS. And I'm here and I'm sitting down and we just have a new game that came out a month after fucking Weather and Waves, and I'm trying to explain right off the bat to each and every one of these Wuwa players that Weather and Waves is perfectly fucking fine, because right here, the two top grossing months of May and June, which at the time period, let me find it because they still have the old website. I want the old one. I don't want the new one. This is the new one. No, wait, then where's the old Gacha revenue? Where's the old one? This is the new one. I want the old Gacha revenue site. Boy, where's the old one? I want the 2024 data. Did they take it down? They took it down. Son of a bitch. Okay, well, if this is the case, Gacha revenue September 2024. So many people were EOSing because of this report right here. Like, they were all upset. Weathering Waves was like all the way down here somewhere, upset. Then they were calling fake numbers, all this fucking bullshit and everything else. But what they didn't fucking realize, and they weren't putting two to two together, first and foremost, Weathering Waves pushed their update by 2 weeks. It was supposed to come out in July, but they actually pushed it 2 weeks ahead of schedule because of Zenless Zone Zero's announcement of when it was coming out, which granted 2 months, basically a month and a half or so, if you want to call it that way, to get as much revenue as possible before Zenless Zone Zero came in, because it was a highly anticipated gacha game, which made over $100 million estimated. Then the August and September patches were more or less not a big deal. Basically, Kuro had already advanced a patch, pushed all of this a little bit ahead of schedule to basically fund themselves for a short time, so that way the onslaught of Z.Z.Z comes in wasn't going to hurt the production. That way they could give out Zhengli Yao for free in the filler patch. That way they could give out fucking goddamn, you know, a free limited 5-star character, a free limited 5-star weapon. That way they could try to push a little bit more into the aspect. But it's like, Kuro had already expected this and made the changes accordingly, so that way for all these patches, when October came in, we had Shorekeeper, because Shorekeeper came in the last part of the patch, so that's why like September's revenue came completely down. Shorekeeper brought it back up, Camellia brought it back up. There's a problem here. In December, they didn't put a character out. They put rerun banners. They didn't put a character out because they were lining up for 2.0. So they just made a filler patch, put up this right here. It's okay. They already basically secured the financial for a year, the financial revenue for a year in 2 months for the game. That's the way I look at it. These 2 months right here, and with PGR still fucking making bank and everything else, these 2 months though basically said we are paid for the year. Our office is paid for the year, our toilets are paid for a year, our lights paid for a year, gas is paid for a year, all our bills are paid for a year. Developers are paid for a year. And then they're able to put a little bit more effort. We had a few more filler patches, but we were able to put a lot more effort for January to do the launch of 2.0. And look what's happened because of patience. Right now, it is neck to neck pretty much with Z.Z.Z. That's what the analytical data says. This is what I was fighting with someone like fucking St. Tontus about. That you don't understand. The revenue that you're looking at is not fake data. It's educated data. Sorry about that. My dog was having a freak out moment. Get back into this. I don't remember what was the last thing I was saying right there, but in general, my fight with St. Tonus, and that people told me I was fucking an idiot and everything else, was I was trying to make the point. You're PvPing on data. That's not wrong. The PvP you're doing, the argument that you should be making, again, is that Kuro was smart enough to advance a patch by 2 fucking weeks, make over $110 million estimated. So that way, for the next fucking year, they could put an effort into the quality of life changes. They could put an effort on basically building fucking 2.0. And it's going to be at 2.0 and onwards that's going to prove the success of Weather and Waves. That's what it's going to be. But everybody is so hard up to try to say that the September revenue was wrong, that the fucking thing here is wrong, that this revenue is wrong, and everything else. This is a site that calculates every single day the top grossing game. This is not even showing me fucking revenue. This is showing me that each and every day I could come here and on January 1st, I could tell you that Weather and Waves surpassed fucking Z.Z.Z. I could tell you that it was recorded across all stores that Weather and Waves surpassed Z.Z.Z on the 2nd, that it surpassed it on the 3rd. And this is why the data is not exactly wrong. All this told me is that Kuro expected, predicted, played patient, pushed 2.0. And because of that reason, it has been a success. That their business marketing, their business model worked. They had to play for 1, 2 months here. But in all honesty, they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months of patience. So that way for the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months, it would be a success. This just shows me that the business knows what they're talking about and knows what the fuck they're doing. That's what the data tells me about Weather and Waves. That Kuro knows what the fuck they're doing. Clown Tonus can try out on fucking Z.Z every fucking which way, shape, form. I just had the argument about HP inflation and his bullshit statements about HP inflation with the fucking thing, where he's making wrong arguments. He's got a point, but his point's completely wrong because he's arguing in the wrong method. I could write fucking St. Tonus his fucking arguments 10 times better than what he can do. I could tell you right now, what this fucking data tells me right here is that fucking Weather and Waves might actually surpass fucking Z.Z.Z. That this actually Kuro Games. You want here? Let me reverse the fucking situation between fucking Weather and Waves and Z.Z. Let me fucking go ahead and argue in favor of Weather and Waves over Z.Z.Z. You know what the fucking data here tells me? This data tells me that fucking Weather and Waves is more fucking a favorable game than Zenless Zone Zero. That at the end of the fucking day, that what Kuro has fucking done is much better than what the devs have done with Zenless Zone Zero. That Zenless Zone Zero has not changed completely in the method for their fans so fucking much enough to maintain a steadiness, a steady upwardness. That they're still dropping. They're having hard drops. Weather and Waves had a really hard drop because they were playing patient. Z.Z.Z does not look like it's playing patient. That's the argument I can make there. When it comes into the critical node, the fucking HP inflation and shit right here. Again, the argument that someone like Zaytonis should have made was never about HP inflation. That should have never been fucking made. That should have been an argument that Zaytonis fucking straight up said, you know what? I'll give you that. I'm going to give all you Z.Z.Z quote unquote elitists that HP inflation is not a big deal in Z.Z.Z. I'm going to make the argument, though, that my Miyabi, who is against an enemy, which is ice resistance, was still able to complete it at under an average fucking time. And I was still able to complete fucking side 1 and side 2 of the 7-node tower with this buff, with a fucking Miyabi, ice fucking team, and still fucking be able to fucking clear it out with an S rank with no fucking issues, which proves to me that Miyabi is still a fucking power creep, and proves to me that this is not as hard as what y'all try to make it seem like. That's the argument that should have been made that would have been harder to fucking debunk. Instead of fucking trying to argue that the reason why Miyabi is struggling here is because of HP inflation. The HP inflation, all you just did when you made that argument is you made people say, well, you didn't read the weakness. It's fire and physical, but ice is resistance. That should have been not arguing the HP inflation over this. This should have been arguing what you made the original statements about before HP inflation, that Z.Z.Z's gameplay, that it's actually against like someone like EO, that it's much easier to play Z.Z.Z than it is Weather and Waves. Because of this reason here, because I could throw an ice team like Ellen, Joe, Miyabi, or whatever in here. I could still get a 2-minute time and still have enough time to complete the second phase. I mean, I could write his arguments better than he can. I could go ahead, I could argue in favor of Weather and Waves. I could argue in favor of Z.Z.Z. I could argue in favor of different points. I could tell you, I could bash both games, or I could praise both games. It's not fucking hard. And this is what most fucking people should be able to do. This is how it was raised. If you're going to like something, you're going to be able to defend something, you better be able to attack something. What do I think personally has better combat? I'm going to my personal belief, and it's subjective. It's subjective. I prefer Z.Z.Z's combat. Now, is Z.Z.Z a fighting game? Absolutely fucking not. Does it have fighting game mechanics? Yes, it does. But those same fighting game mechanics are also shown in other action RPG style games because it is a similar system. Just because you say action RPG, I say fighting game mechanics, are we both, is one of us wrong? Absolutely fucking not. Understand this. I prefer Z.Z.Z's combat over Weather and Waves because Weather and Waves, in my personal opinion, Kuro made the game so user-friendly, so casualized, that it rewards the player more, and it actually encourages the player more to burst down. That your job is not to fight in a fight. Your job is to kill as fast as possible. I have played Zenless Zone Zero now for a month and a half. And Zenless Zone Zero, with the Infinite Tower, with Deadly Assault, with Shield Defense, with just some of the regular bosses too, there is at times where, yes, you could do a little bit of burst damage, but sooner or later that boss is going to get to a point where it plays critical. and it's going to play into its own mechanics. It's going to have iframes. It's going to have segments where you can't hurt it, and you have to play the fight. And this is why I kind of like Z.Z.Z more over Weather and Waves. Weather and Waves, I get to fight as long as my characters are built, as long as I got good, if I even have more sequences on characters, I'm going to do more damage. That boss is going to die within probably about 30 seconds to a minute. In Z.Z.Z, I might be stuck fighting some enemy in here for 2 minutes and 3 seconds, but the fight feels more engaging. I feel like the devs have actually put more of an emphasis that they want you to see the boss or the enemy, the elite, whatever you're fighting, to have more of a structure that you actually do engage in the fight. And this is what I think is very subjective. Again, Weather and Waves, Z.Z.Z, it's basically Burger King versus McDonald's. Which burger do you fucking prefer? Do you prefer a Big Mac or do you prefer a Whopper? It's simple as that. So what's my opinion about that one event that you can't burst the boss? Is that the newest events that have come out in 2.4? The hunt shit? Or was that a thing? Like, I'm not sure which event that would be. Because I haven't dived into it, if it's new. Because I mean, I'm sure that it's, I don't know what it is, because Whimper and Waste, you could burst through it. That Elusive Death Realm fucking one, you could burst through it. Okay, yeah, it's more like McDonald's versus fucking KFC. I'll give you that. Like, I need to know what the I need to know, like, is this a new event that just came in? A stage of Virtual Crisis. I haven't done Virtual Crisis. Let's see. I'm sure someone has something in Virtual Crisis. Because Virtual Crisis is not a permanent event either, is it? Let's see. Okay, so they add a shield. And then we're fighting Aerial against Aerial, which is going to also be a fucking problem here. Wait. They added a shield. They added a fucking shield to the boss. Wait. Okay, what happens when the stun meter comes things? Is HP inflation there? But at the same point in time, I'm fighting an aerial character in this shit. This is a weird team combination. Why the fuck does this team combination exist? I mean, and the shield comes back. Isn't this the same fucking complaint that everybody was giving the Z.Z.Z over the miasma shield mechanic? You gotta break the shield. Like, I see that it is kind of like depleting a little bit. But isn't this the same fucking bullshit that everybody was complaining? And then when the shield gets busted, the fucking status bar fucking starts fucking just draining. It's the miasma fucking mechanic. It's not as good. Because with the miasma mechanic with fucking Z.Z.Z, this right here would be still fucking depleting while you're beating the shield. It's just that it could be right here at the very tippy top right here, and it could be at 99% until the fucking miasma shield is done. You're not going to stun the enemy. It's the same fucking mechanic. Like, I know that the miasma has mechanics too, but what I'm saying is basically from a basic point of view. Okay, there's more like the mechanics. Like I said, miasma has better mechanics, but to a person who doesn't realize anything, this is basically the same shit. So all the bitching about HP inflation, about the miasma motherfucking mechanic in Z.Z.Z, Virtual Crisis, the boss has a fucking shield. That does not have mechanics behind it, really, but still has a fucking shield, and we're complaining about miasma fucking mechanics. I mean, ay. My head hurts. My head hurts after this. I didn't even know about this because I didn't even look at this. Here I'm waiting to play like Weather Waves again back at 3.0. I play it every now and then, but like I'm not trying to do none of the content. I just do exploration and go and get chests and shit because fuck it, why not? And then, oh yeah, my head hurts. Like, this is better. Like, this is better, but again, with miasma shield, like, let me see, like, when they bust the shield, does anything happen when they bust the shield? Like, when did they bust the shield? The shield's busted right here. Like, let me see. Let me do a Saint Tontus here. Let me observe this shit real quick. Okay, so shield's gonna get busted here. Shield's busted. No Cachero. No meter. Not even alt. Nothing's filled. Status bar goes crazy right here, but that's probably because you're just doing a bunch of attacks at once right here. So when you have a miasma shield mechanic, you get full fucking energy back to your team. While you're fighting with the miasma shield, you're also building up days in the background, so that way you could stun the enemy. So it's not like you're not like they got the miasma shield and it stops you from stunning them. You're still got stun meters being built in the background. It's just a shield. I mean, we also got a shield too, but the boss has got a fucking HP shield. The boss's HP is inflated, clearly. But then again, he is fighting. This is also kind of hard to really determine HP inflation because you're fighting aerial against aerial, so that you're fighting against a 40% resistance wall. So Jinshi here would clearly do more damage than Cart versus Cart. Like, Jinshi here will definitely do fucking much more damage. Without a doubt. But still. It looks all right. But at the same point in time, from a person that maybe would observe this, that you're not, a Weapon Waves player, I could tell you right now, Z.Z.Z's shield shit is better. The miasma shield shit in Z.Z.Z is much better because it does incorporate more functionality to your team than what this is. But I could tell you right now that my biggest complaint in the Woowa community now is the fact that you bitched about Z.Z.Z having the miasma fucking shield mechanic. And in this fucking mode, they basically give a fucking HP shield to a fucking boss to extend this lifetime. Why can Woowa have it and Z.Z can't? Why? Like, that's my argument here. My argument now is, why can Weather and Waves get away with doing this? And I guarantee there's somebody who's going to praise it and be like, oh man, it made the fight last longer. It was great and everything. But when Z.Z.Z does the same exact shit, and it starts adding the miasma shield mechanics across its enemies and stuff like this to make the fights last longer, why is it it's bad? But in this mode here, this is fine. Like I think I might be losing brain cells here. I guess that's what it'd be. They would say it's different because it's in this event, but it's not permanent. But I don't know. That right there kind of irks me a little bit. That actually kind of irks me just a little bit of a hair. Because this was the biggest bitch event for Z.Z.Z before 2.4's updates and everything. Like Z.Z.Z, you're bitching about a shield. None of the Z.Z.Z players have a fucking big problem with it, but Weather and Wave players apparently have a problem with it when they don't even play Z.Z.Z. And using it as an argument against Z.Z.Z. And I'm looking at something like this, and I'm like, well, you have an event that did the same thing, but worse. Like, why did you bitch about Z.Z.Z? I'm very confused. Like, I'm actually kind of speechless here. I guess the only argument you can make is, well, unlike us, it was an event, but for you guys, it's a permanent staple. But it's a mechanic. It's a gimmick. We get full energy once we beat the fucking shield. While we're beating on the fucking shield, the enemy has still got a stun meter that is being built up in the background. And then when it's busted, if you're probably maybe like by the time you bust the shield, that stun meter should be around like 80 to 90%, if not a little bit higher, to where the next like chain attack could fucking potentially fucking just like stun the enemy, and then I got full fucking energy. I could blow my fucking entire load on it. You don't even get that in Wu. You're just getting something that's extending the fight. Now you're getting something where Kuro's basically saying in this event and only in this event, which I don't think Virtual Crisis is a permanent event. It's just an event. If it's permanent, okay, I get it, okay? Virtual Crisis. Is this a permanent event, yes or no? Or is this only supported till a certain point? Because they had this before. Or something similar to it before, and they took it out. Let's go see. Let me go see. This ain't gonna tell me shit. Let me go see. Because if it has the little staple that says it's permanent, okay, I'm good with it. Because if that's not permanent, and it's time-based, that's gonna suck. Look at my flower pot with the fucking smoking weed. All right, events. Virtual Crisis. 16 days, so it's not even a permanent event. This is permanent. It was called the Fantasy of the Thousand Gateways. That's what this was. So this is not permanent. So if I don't play this within the next 16 days, I don't play this event again. Yeah, fuck it, run it. So it's not even a permanent staple. Yes, keep reminding me that I could purchase the fucking shit and get more fucking shit out of it. Don't care. Actually, I shouldn't put it in that. I should put it in this. When's the last time I ran this? 5. I haven't even fucking ran this shit. That's right, because I had the fucking other shit, so there's never a fucking reason to run that. Oh, look at that. Didn't even realize I had that. Do a 10 pull.
Let's see. Let's see if Kuro hates me or likes me. Let's see. Store. Exchange. I think I could exchange again. Yeah, I can get another one of these. Might as well buy these while I'm here. Watch. This is gonna be funny. I'm not gonna get the character, but watch. I'll get the weapon. Watch. 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 I'll get the weapon. This happened before. Where the game gave me the fucking weapon and it's like, I gotta get the fucking character. If I get the weapon, then I gotta get the character. Oh, maybe not. Oh, 2 weapons. Not enough to exchange. Okay. Could go for those, but I'm not. That's a shitty deal. Shitty deal. That's actually a decent deal right there. Go to the banners. Second tapped. Go to stage elite. No idea what you're talking about. Banners. Yes, I lost a 50-50 on cartwheel. Alright, this is at least permanent, so I'll be able to play this later on. I gotta go unlock this shit. I can't just go to it. I don't want to play this. I do not want to play this. I'm not gonna lie. I am not in the mood to play this. I just wanted to see if Kuro might have been like, we want you back. Here's Lupa. I'm not gonna lie though, Lupa still does not interest me as a character. Like, there is no character in 2.4 that actually interests me. Like, not a single one. Maybe when they fucking bring in Genshu Lin, then I'll fucking be fucking happy. But all of 2.0, the only character that interests me was Zanny. I didn't really even like Carthelia. Or whatever the fuck you pronounce her name. Fucking Cartwheel. I didn't give a fuck about Cartwheel. And such. You know what actually interests me more right now? I'm not gonna fucking lie. Yeah, but it's not even a permanent staple. Virtual Cry's not even a permanent staple, so I don't give a fuck about it. No, this is a real fucking game. Yeah, this is a real game right here. This, oh my god, I got so many fucking rewards. Oh shit. Let's run this. Send them to the glue factory. We started this shit, we might as well fucking complete this shit, right? Alright, we can do a couple races, let's do it. Before I get bored with this shit. You might be outclassed here. All right, a lot of feel bad. All right, let's go. What am I playing? I'm playing fucking Horse Girls. I'm doing a couple of races. I'll go back to Z.Z.Z. All right, bitch, it's time to fucking run. I want a good song. I need a good song for this fight. Come on, bitch, run! These bitches all feel awful. Run, bitch, run! I don't know if it is or isn't. I don't care. I'll play my own. Come on, bitch, run! Fucking weaklings, get the fuck out of here. Come on, hit the afterburners. Use them taco farts. Let's go. Get in third place, come on! It ain't first place. but it's good. All right, we're gonna get you back into training. We got 9 turns.
Amidst the stains, the dung eater's legend forever told. A darkened soul in a world so cold. In the hearts of many, disgust.
Get some rest.
A story of filth forever told. The tarnished wanders, alone in his plight. A symbol of horror, lost to the night. Dung eater, shit eater, foul and feared. Light of the people, cursed and smeared. Excrements flowed in depths profound.
Ooh.
The legend of disgust forever.
I'll let you rest some more.
Dung eater, shit eater, foul and feared. Light of the people, cursed and smeared. Excrements flowed in depths profound. The legend of disgust forever found. Dung eater, shit eater, foul and feared. Light of the people, cursed and smeared.
We gotta keep pushing you a little bit. All right, next 2 days, you go rest. All right, you're in a good mood. All right, let's see what we get going. Let's go. All right, bitch, let's go. Oh shit, it's raining. All right, you know what? I want you in the front this time. Go. Fuck the pacing. We put all this training into this shit. You got this. Let's go. All right, let's go. Come on. Come on. Don't make me stage in a glue factor. Come on.
Justice is blind, but I still see. The truth ignites the fire in me. Through the darkness,
We just need to get to top 3. Come on.
without fear, I am unbreakable.
All right. Did good. And because of that, we get to watch a concert. There we go. Pirates on a boat. All right. Let you do this training real quick. All right. Come here. Save. Exit. That's our horse race for today. This shit is just way too fucking goddamn addicting. Way too fucking addicting. What did I not watch yet? Let's see. Oh god, no, I have not seen this yet.
Stupid Napoleon bastard who's trying to ruin our game. So you, yes, you the players get to beat up your own Saint Tanta's boss.
Get him up, let him get up, let him get up, let him get up.
I mean, this guy brought an ice DPS to a ice-resistant boss and expected to clear easily in under a minute. Shaking my head. In this 2.1 update, enjoy the thrill of destroying this pathetic loser who's spent his entire career dick writing Hoyoverse titles while turning a blind eye to the power creep present in his very own game of Wuthering Waves. Thank you for all the support, and we hope you all enjoy version 2.1.
Today we have a hell of a reaction for you guys. A hell of a reaction. We're gonna be reacting to good old Saint Toto. Good old Saint Toto. It's gonna be trying out the newest Shiyu, and I want to get his thoughts. Let's be fair. Let's be fair, and let's get his thoughts and see if they're. Let's take a look and see if our favorite narcissist has an argument that's not bad faith and is actually rooted in reality. Let's see what good old Saint Toto has to say. Or is he just neglecting things like this that exist, especially in the previous DOA? Maybe I missed it. Maybe he did talk about this. Maybe he did talk about how if you don't have Carlotta on the first side, you're suffering. If you didn't pull Cartetia middle tower, you're suffering. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. Let's take a look at this video, see what he has to say. Let's get right into it.
We'll move on to 7 because there have been people saying some things about the HP inflation. They're saying it's 45 million total HP on both sides. It's one of the biggest increases the game has ever seen. And who better else to demonstrate how bad the HP inflation has gotten other than the guy that's been saying that HP inflation has been one of the worst things happening to this game for the longest time. So
sorry, I just wanted to add up these numbers really quick, and it comes out to 40,901,709. I don't know. It's a little odd. I swear I heard 45 million, but I don't know. Maybe I misheard or something. But let's see.
And let's see how bad it is on floor 6, and then see if we can actually make it to 7.
I'm not watching this.
It's almost time.
Yeah, no.
Now, I'm not the type of person to critique someone's gameplay, because play how you want. I feel like Yushuan can clear this at a baseline without doing any of her chain swap tech, so I think that's fine. But you know, like obviously there are like ways to optimize the run. I just bring that up because I know Saint does this when he watches people play Wuwa. He doesn't give the same treatment. Like, people critique his gameplay or whatever in Z.Z.Z, but he does the same thing for other people in Wuwa. But hey, I could be wrong. Maybe he's changed. Who knows?
Surely I can do it faster here. Okay.
Don't be careless.
Bro. 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 I didn't even see this. Bro. Bro. Hold on. Bro. It's lit. Bro. Bro. You have the ability right fucking here to come here, do Shinzwan's fucking, like, this is what I would be like at that fucking point after that chain cancel. You have the ability to fucking make her surround, do the fucking shadow clone jitsu shit, quick swap right over to fucking Pan, fucking have fucking goddamn bear fucking thing here. Go raw, throw a fucking Pan of fucking shit with alt, or you have even the ability with Astra to fucking make her do her shit while you're charging up your fucking meter here. You know what? Loki's right. We shouldn't critique gameplay.
it seems like he has more HP. Yeah, that seems like it had more HP.
It seems like he has more HP. Okay. Haha. The Sacrifice Heretic Jester, the new Saint boss, who, again, all gachas do this. I was going to bring this point up later, but since I clicked on it on accident, all gachas do this. They all do this, so let's not be surprised. The boss is resistant to Ether. It's resistant to Ether because Yixuan was the previous on-banner character. It's weak to physical, which it's shilling Alice. It's shilling Alice, but it gives you an out by being weak to electric. So your Sandby's going to be good here. Your Yanagi's going to be good here. Yanagi plus Yuzuha is going to be good here, right? So they definitely still give you outs, but this is something like, don't be surprised when you see this in Shiyu in the future and it has resistances to Yixuan. This is a thing all gachas do. This boss 2 Shiyus ago had 18 million HP. It's 1 floor less and it has 15 million. So saying it feels tankier is just incorrect. It might feel tankier, but that's because you probably didn't play as well as you did last time.
Less HP than in Shiyu 7? I don't know, bro.
I mean, someone in chat even said it, and he said, I don't know. We're just neglecting. I mean, you can look it up. You can look it up.
I feel like I was killing that thing like 10 seconds earlier.
Again, that's just like trying to push the narrative. Anyways, let's keep going.
Oh, great.
So, this is another one of those situations. You kind of just like learn how to play against Palacus, and I believe both Palacus, they have, what was it, 8.9 million each, right? You learn to play against them. So I was also kind of ass at fighting this boss, I'm not gonna lie. I watched Kate play, and I learned about the corner tech, right? You can push them to the corner, and they will both teleport to you and follow you, and then you just like shit on them. I never reach this phase usually, especially with Yixuan. I'll never reach this phase, but it is what it is. Again, I have no problem with people playing at like a baseline, because I really do think baseline gameplay can still clear for sure. And let me be clear, I don't care if someone's playing at a baseline level. Not everyone needs to be speed running, perfect dodging, or hitting 6 chain cancels. Play how you enjoy. The issue is when creators hold one game's players to a high bar, then completely shift the standard when it comes to Z.Z.Z. Let's be real, if this was Wuthering Waves and someone posted footage struggling to clear a boss, Saint would 100% critique their gameplay. He'd analyze it, break it down, probably even call it a skill issue. Sure, that's fine.
Okay, that was all right. I guess we did it there. What are the times looking like for that? I don't know. For the level of investment I have on my teams, 4:03, 2 minutes 25 seconds, 1 minute 38 seconds. Looks like the age of Miyabi is almost over, ladies and gents.
Looks like the age of Miyabi is almost over. Okay. This boss? Okay, so
I'll explain here in a minute. It's noisy.
It says enemy weaknesses, right? And it says like fire and physical. That's typically what you want to use against the boss that you're fighting, like fire or physical, right? Resistances means they take less damage, right? So the ice DPS, you brought a decent sub DPS and fire support, but you know what I mean? Like, we shouldn't be doing that. At least don't complain about times when the enemy is resistant to ice. like second side was lower, sure, but it's because under enemy weaknesses it says weak to ether, Yishuan's ether, right? You know, so okay.
1 minute 38 seconds. Looks like the age of Miyabi is almost over, ladies and gents. This dude taking this long to kill is one of the craziest things ever. I mean, you're running her on ice-resistant bosses. Yeah, that's true. But she has always been getting, like, sub 2 minute times against ice-resistant bosses. And
If someone can find me a clip or like just any proof of that, where it's not like done multiple times, where it's like a first try and it was sub 2 minutes with Miyabi against, like, I feel like this is going out of your way to like paint a narrative. I can't be the only one that thinks that, right? That it's like a giga stretch. I don't know. Z.Z.Z player base will never change.
players defending this HP inflation. You also have Z.Z.Z players saying that this is good for the game. Yep, I agree. It's good for the game. They should keep doing whatever they're doing. It's clearly working. You guys should all say that it's good, that it's fine, that there's no problems at all. You should keep backseating players that are showing you how awful it is and say that it's just skill issue, because that has definitely been working across the history of the game. To just
the chat's at war right now. If you guys are paying attention, it's interesting. Okay, so here's my next point. So Twitch viewership. Twitch viewership doesn't measure how many people play a game. It measures how watchable the game is in a live stream format. There's a huge difference to that. Some games are naturally built for Twitch, right? Competitive shooters, Apex, Valorant, open world chaos, GTA RP, other unpredictable games that let streamers react and joke in real time. Like there was a Street Fighter tournament today by Tyler 1 that had a ton of views. That type of content is made for Twitch.
Look, I understand looking. All right. So, let me explain this to you, Noisy. There's a big problem here. We know that St. Tonis is rage bait. Okay? We know. But do you realize there was another argument that he could have made here? That he did talk about. During miasma, a little bit before miasma. Do you know there's another argument that he should have fucking made here? Okay? That would have been a lot harder to debunk. He's bitching about HP inflation. We already got it. He's using Miyabi. It's resistance to ice. He's got a sub fucking 225 right here. Okay? We already know that the enemy is weak to fire and physical. What information do you get from this? And he still got an S rank. Okay? He still got an S rank, and he's complaining about the HP inflation. Okay? You weren't here for it earlier, but I explained this on the stream. What argument you're trying to make right here is you're bitching about the HP inflation and saying, oh, it's the time of Miyabi is dead. Okay? That our girl Miyabi here is dead. This is the argument you're making. This is not the argument that should have been made. I can write St. Tonis's fucking goddamn fucking arguments a lot better. You want to know what my argument would be here? If I was St. Tonis, let me tell you what my argument would be. My chat would have started this shit, and I would have said, yeah, here's the problem. I give you the HP inflation. I agree with you. I agree with you. There's mechanics around it. There's 100% fucking mechanics around HP inflation. It's not a big deal. This is the argument if I was St. Tonis. I'll give you that.
But I fucking took a character against an ice resistance, which is Miyabi. I did this entire fucking fight. Got his fucking average fucking time. A little bit better than average, I would say. But I got an average time against a resistance. Your game is fucking easy. Miyabi is a fucking power creep. Tell me I'm fucking wrong. I would have fought the elitist by fucking shitting on the fact that I got an average fucking time. I was still able to get an S rank by doing this. And that's how I would have rage baited, and that's how I would have fucking handled a fucking this argument and made this debate. I basically would have fucking gone after people by saying your game's too fucking easy, that even the fucking enemy resistance does not fucking matter. St. Tonus is so fucking about the HP inflation that he does not fucking understand that he has a whole nother fucking argument that he could have fucking produced. All he had to do was just give up the narrative of HP inflation. Let the fucking Z.Z community have it. Agree with them. Say there's no issue with HP inflation. Just fucking agree. There's no issue. And then argue that it's too fucking easy. That I can use an ice character in an ice resistance situation, still come out with a fucking 2-minute time, and still fucking get out with an S without fucking optimal gameplay. Kiss my fucking ass. That's how I would have fucking done it. That's how it should have been done. He had a whole entire different argument that was right there in his face. Whole entire argument that honestly would have been hard for a Z.Z.Z player to fucking actually debate against. Look, I could bash Z.Z.Z, I could bash Woowa, I could bash fucking goddamn any fucking game you want. I could fucking praise any fucking game you want. That right there was the dumbest argument that he has produced when he had a whole better argument in front of him. One that a lot of the chat that was fighting in here about this shit, one that if this entire chat was fighting against him, that the majority of this chat would have probably agreed with. This is my entire argument. My entire argument is that he does not know how to argue. The argument, I guess, is the HP is going up, and in the future you don't. I mean, yeah, but still, my argument here. This is average. I've seen fire teams on fucking YouTube that's at fucking like 2 minutes and fucking 30 seconds with basic built fucking fire teams. Even 2 minutes and 40. With the Miyabi, my Miyabi was like 2 minutes and like 45 seconds or whatever when I did this. This side was fucking nothing. This side was actually the harder side over this side, in my personal opinion. And even then,
My argument again is I would have given the HP inflation argument. I would have given it up. I would have fucking just said, you can have it. Don't even discuss it. Just be like, you guys are right. I'm not going to argue with you about HP inflation, but I'm going to argue about you now that you're saying that you need skill to beat this shit, and argue the fact that I fought this shit unoptimal with Miyabi. Because the entire thing, I've watched it. This is what I was pointing out to Chris when I watched the entire fucking goddamn this fight. Chris is arguing, oh my god, he's not even doing this shit optimally. He's not doing all this stuff and everything. It's like, this is the point. Like, he could have gotten a better time with Miyabi. He could have. If he was more optimal in his gameplay. He could have gotten one. Several people I know of that watched this shit, this entire stream, said that he could have gotten a better fucking time. That was average. That he did not fucking do a couple cancels, a couple different things here and there the right way. He didn't manage his stacks much properly. He didn't do none of this shit. Again, Saintonis knows he doesn't play Z.Z.Z. Saintonis knows that he doesn't play quote-unquote sweaty. Argue the fact you don't need to be sweaty. That's it. Just argue the fact I don't need to be sweaty. I faced an enemy that was resistant to ice. I got a good time. I was able to S-rank this. Why do I argue against the situation in a different way? That's it. Just argue it. It's a better argument. It's one that would hold up better. Bitching about the HP inflation when there is mechanics around HP inflation, just because if Miyabi would have been on this side, Miyabi would have shit on this. You're arguing that you're not killing this thing sub 2 minutes with Miyabi, that ice resistance is not a thing. Well, the devs are changing it. They're making it ice resistant. They're putting HP inflation. They're changing it to make ice resistance more of a thing. Simple as that. Argue it differently. This is why you go to debate club. This is why when you're in school, you go to debate club. You learn this. You learn this as an entire fucking skill. Learn to debate. Your narrative that you were trying to push with HP inflation, you should give it up. Just give it up. We don't talk about this no more. We lost. Argue our original point. Argue a new point. Piss off the Z.Z.Z community with a point that is going to be much harder to destroy. Argue about HP. Argue about not HP inflation. Argue about power creep. Argue that the game is too easy. That's your rage bait. That's your argument. Simple as that. This right here is what he argues. What this man right here fucking argues. It's behind my fucking bang boo head. Makes no sense. When there's enough information on this screen that tells me completely different. So change it. Change the argument. Change the debate. Piss off the Z.Z community by, again, arguing the original fucking statement it used to make that you love to talk about, which is power creep. Done. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. Like, this is the argument that I would have made. I think it's more of a reasonable argument. It's like, you know, he's gonna call it, like, we're gonna argue about gacha revenue and we're gonna call it fake numbers. We're gonna have a different narrative. That's a whole completely different argument that he's done. But we got a site that records the top grossing game per fucking day. That tells me that Weather and Waves, okay? When he came up with the narratives of, this is the problem. Like I said, this is the problem with like someone like Satonus, like 100%. The guy does not know how to argue. And a lot of his arguments are kind of shitty. You're going to argue about fake data. You're going to argue about HP inflation. You're going to argue about all this shit that you are a tourist in. You're not going to take 10 minutes, a couple of hours, and you're not going to look at something and come up with a whole different argument. You see in here, this is my point. You see in here where we got the red line that represents Z.Z.Z and the blue line right here that represents Weather and Waves. This correlates a lot with gacha revenue. This is the top grossing of what the game did that month right now. So from June, August, October, December, February, April, and June. Now, before January, this line right here I'm going to put. Before fucking January. Let me change the color to white. Okay? Man's Woo fucking was getting shit on by a lot of fucking people. And this is the time period I'm playing Woo. A lot of people are fucking saying, ah ha ha, EOS Woo, EOS, Woo sucks, blah blah blah. You can't make it in the gacha revenue. You know what Satonus was doing? Satonus was arguing that gacha revenue had fake numbers. When there is too many different sites like App Magic, Sensor Tower, that is, and there's some other ones that's out there that all has correlating data that is showing that WUA right here went down. Okay? Came back up a little bit, but went back down. We're arguing that there is fake numbers. That there's a narrative. That some Hoyo shill out there is pushing shit. What I've told you earlier tonight, as a recap, is that from the release of Weather and Waves till June, before the release of Z.Z.Z, right here, this part right here, Kuro made with Weather and Waves over 110 mil. Estimated. You know what that fucking guaranteed? That guaranteed that the devs got paid. Your developers, your employees got paid. Bills got paid. That guaranteed your company financially for the next 6 months to a year is fine. That's what that's telling you. So instead of trying to push more of a predatorial standing, trying to push for character benders, trying to fucking do what it takes to compete with the new Z.Z.Z that shows up over here, you know what Kuro did?
Kuro gave you a free character, a free limited character, a free standard weapon. It put it all in a filler patch. This filler patch lasted so long, it went into September. It was, to a lot of people who did not look at it, it was a shitty patch. It was a filler patch that lasted quite a bit. Shorekeeper's numbers is down here at the start, but we don't actually see these numbers until we reach October. Then we see that with Shorekeeper, it came up. With Camellia, it came up. Now, it's nowhere near Z.Z.Z's top grossing. It's right here. But what is Kuro doing with $110 million? And their developers, they're getting ready for 2.0. Kuro, all they did was be patient. They were just patient. This entire trend just shows me that Kuro was patient. And then when 2.0 was released right here, compared to last year, what have we been noticing the trend is? The trend we've been noticing is they're being consistent. Means that WUA is doing good. They took the capital from the beginning. They let it ride. And they pushed an effort fucking hard as shit for 2.0. And now it's consistent. Kuro played the long game. And that's why Kuro's doing good. I don't have to tell you anything about fake numbers, because even Gacha revenue, it's not about fake numbers. It's about performance. All the Doom posting, I fought all the fucking Doom posting for WUA and told people you're a fucking moron. You don't know how fucking this analytic data works. You do not understand what Kuro is fucking doing. And oh my God, 2.0 was so fucking good. And it's like I fucking said, it's duh. This was the entire point. They made their money. They made a Genshin money. In the beginning, they made Genshin money. Instead of squandering that money away, they used it. And now they have a consistency. They bought fans' trust with free fucking shit. They did everything they could during this time period all the way to this period to ensure that they kept people at least somewhat entertained. Then they started pushing a little bit, but it wasn't enough. But no one understands that Kuro in the background, they don't give a fuck right here. They care right here. This is paid. This X right here that I made, this is paid because of this. You don't look in a business. The business does not look at tomorrow. The business looks at 6 months from now. The business is already looking 6 months from now. They're looking for consistency. This is why I try to explain this to like a bunch of people who want to get to website development, hosting, and stuff like this. Website companies are probably like the easiest company you can actually even get into. If you're a website developer, you can make a lot of mailbox money. If you offer giving a website for fucking free and you just build them a fucking website 100% for free and you charge them like $30 a month for fucking hosting the website. More and more clients come in, that $30 turns into 50, but you're not going to see it in the short term. You're not going to see that from this month to next month. You're going to see that in a year from now, that it paid itself off. It's mailbox money. It's a great fucking business. I've ran businesses. I've worked in multiple different fucking parts of technology. That's why I understand analytical data. This was my argument to fucking St. Tontus. This shit does not fucking matter. You're calling out fake numbers. You're calling out bullshit that does not exist. Because the honest truth is that Kuro is playing everybody right now, and Kuro already knows that they're going to get here. But they have to for the next 6 months, put every effort into not these fucking patches, into this patch. Kuro's looking at this. Z.Z.Z, you can see on this graph, was trying to play the short game. And look what's going on with Z.Z.Z playing a short game. Because this is the Hoyo mentality. This is the Hoyo business strategy. We need people to fucking play our game now. We need people to fucking spend money now. They're not playing exactly the long game. This is not the dev's fault. This is going to be the company's fault of how they're pushing it. They had a good high, but where's the consistency? Right now, we're noticing that there's more downward trends. Even the analytical data site itself is expecting, because it notices that, oh, well, when Z.Z.Z does good, it goes back down. When it does good, it goes back down. Weather and Waves, we can see it's getting a consistent value out of it, and it's predicted to go up. That's business. That's different marketing strategies. There's different things that's going involved around. That's not just the development of the game. It's not because of HP inflation. It's not just because of all this. It surrounds around the publishment. All this really does, both of these lines are going to tell you from top grossing. When Z.Z was top grossing, when Weather and Waves was top grossing and everything, all this showcases is, especially for Weather and Waves case scenario, it's doing fine. It's doing perfect. Z.Z.Z has got a couple little remarks here. Hopefully Z.Z.Z will change that. Hopefully Z.Z.Z, because you see, like right here, Z.Z goes down right here in May, but it comes back up in June. Well, even in fucking March, Weather and Waves went fucking down, but it went back up in fucking, is going back up in April, because why? The anniversary. It started on April 29th, and it rode its high all the way into May. But it had a dip because people were saving. Oh shit, I'm waiting for fucking the anniversary. I'm waiting for the fucking anniversary. But the problem was is that Zanny there was not much going on in the patch. So yeah, Z.Z.Z's trigger actually fucking pushed out a little bit more ahead. But it's not bad. The Weather and Waves community does not like to be educated, it seems like, on what is the truth. And the truth is your game, as relevant as you're trying to make it seem like it's in the Genshin era, this is 4 years down the road. Here's another absolute truth for you. And this is something that I hate to fucking be honest here, but I'm going to be fucking honest, because even fucking Genshin's fucking failing here. You see this graph? Yellow is going to be representing of Genshin, blue is Weather and Waves, red is Z.Z.Z. Now, what do you notice all the way till 2024 here? What do you notice with Z.Z.Z? I want a different color. Let's do green. Green is actually a better color. What do you notice right here? Consistency. There's some dips in here and there, but there's consistency. But it's very fucking high top grossing. What competition did Genshin have? What competition from basically September 2020 all the way until the end of 2023 here
beginning of 2024, what real competition did Genshin have? Besides itself with probably Honkai Star Rail and shit. Nothing. Nothing. Then, within a couple of years, people saw the success. Not just Kuro games. Multiple fucking games. Arc Knights. Fucking thing. Any fucking open world RPGs. Gacha games in the last, from all the analytic data I'm seeing, since basically December 2023 for the higher looking type games. Soul Leveling Arise, One Punch Man, different games in this genre that's using 3D elements, not like Fate, not the 2D side, but more and more gachas have come in that is oversaturating the market to where this is not because of just Weather and Waves and the competition of Weather and Waves versus Genshin fucking Impact. And it's upheaving the fucking, the market for it. It's because if you go look for it, and I mean, you go actually look for it, there is so many fucking gacha games that is on the fucking market. Some good, some bad, some that's not top 4 type style, but there's that they're all over the fucking place. And more people are picking games, different things, to where Genshin does now have competition, but Genshin was also the first one that came out of play. Where's my fucking graph at? Right here. Genshin has a long fucking line of consistency. It's made billions. This is the thing, like that article. Yes, it made over $1 billion in its first fucking year. Because you know why? There's no competition. Honkai Star Rail made over $1 billion because why? It had no competition. And then all of a sudden, from 2023 right here in particular, more and more companies are seeing the success of Honkai Star Rail, of Genshin, that they're all getting in on it. They all want a piece of the pie. So now there's an influx. And you know what? This is probably going to be the new norm for a little while. Is Genshin still going to probably be on the top to a certain point, and it's still going to be doing fine. But there is so many fucking games you guys have fucking talked to me about. Even fucking the Yuma shit, the Pretty Derby here is a fucking goddamn gacha game that is touching Weathering Waves. It's in green. It beat Weather Waves in fucking March. It beat Weather Waves back in September. Not even Genshin. Pretty Derby fucking did it. Pretty Derby has a fucking consistency right now. It's touching. What other fucking games that we could add in here? That I've heard people talk about. Like, what about Arc Knights? Arc Knights is going to be, I guess, white. Oh my God, Arc Knights is also fucking touch Weather and Waves to a certain point, but it consistently dropped off. But this also is a correspondence to Genshin. Is it like a Zur? Look, you guys can go use the website. You can figure it out. There is multiple games. It's an upset.
This is like YouTubers fighting YouTubers. This is the reason why you can't have, back in the fucking day, everybody was a Let's Player, and now there's no more Let's Players, really. It's only niche communities. Either you play fucking Dragon Ball or you play fucking Guilty Gear. You don't play both. You can't Let's Play. You have to be the one person for that one game. That's it. Because the moment you try doing variety is the moment you see fucking having 1,000 fucking viewership go down to fucking 500. Weather Waves didn't upset fucking Genshin. Weather Waves is just part of a saturated fucking market of gacha games. There's so many fucking gacha games out there. There's one for everybody. There is no such thing as Weather Waves better than Genshin. There is no fucking thing as Z.Z.Z better than Weather Waves. There's no fucking thing as Genshin better than Wuwa. Because even Genshin in March lost to Purdy fucking Derby in top grossing. And it's predicted to happen again. It's an upset in the market right now. Whether you're a Wuwa fan, whether you're a Z.Z.Z fan, whether you're a fucking Uramosa here, fucking Pretty Derby fan, Arc Knights fan, Genshin fan, you're no longer as relevant when you have an oversaturated market. Now you're just fighting. Now it's going to get to the point to where we're going to have a fight to see who does get EOS and who's going to maintain on top. But that won't happen for years to come. Because then that's when companies are going to buy companies out. That's when you used to have, look, I'm old, man. But I'm going to tell you right now, when I was growing up, we had Kmart, Walmart, we had Target, we had Sears, we had Dillard's, we had different companies. Guess what I hear about now? I don't hear about Kmart no more. Kmart went bankrupt. Kmart couldn't fucking survive. Kmart got bought out by Sears. Sears tried competing against Walmart and Target and shit. Guess what the fuck happened to them? They went bankrupt. Guess what there is now? Only Walmart and Target. But it took years for that to happen because it became oversaturated with box market stores. Box market stores now is just basically fucking Walmart and Target. Sam's Club is fucking goddamn Walmart. Welcome to Business 101. Final Fantasy, Square Equinox fucking saw the craze for gacha games. They made a fucking gacha game for fucking Final Fantasy. Fire Emblem that we looked at. Devil May Cry fucking got in on it. Welcome to oversaturation, motherfuckers. And it's getting worse. Every year there's going to be fucking 5 or 6 more. You're going to be getting NTE coming out, the Silver Palace game. We're going to be getting fucking Unending Dawn. We're going to be getting probably fucking 4 or 5 more fucking gachas within the next year. That's going to fucking just be competition. It's what it is. Some games are going to perform better than others. Companies like Square, why does Final Fantasy exist still? You're going to wonder. Because Final Fantasy does not even reach the heights of Weather and Waves. It's been doing a downwards trend. It's in the 700 ranks right now, 800 ranks right now for fucking top grossing. It's not competing for fucking the top 10 place. But like I told you, it is estimated in the last 30 days, this game made $1 million. If each one of these patches only cost $100,000 to pay the devs to build the next patch, they made a $900,000 profit. So you know what Square says? If it only costs them $100,000 for fucking dev salaries to fucking pay? Because I guarantee those devs, I guarantee not a single one of them fucking devs is making $100,000 a fucking year. You know what they say? We made a profit. Make the next patch. The stakeholders just said, make another patch. It ain't costing us nothing. We're paying you. You're paid. It's done. Do the next one. That's how Konami's working with Yu-Gi-Oh! And all this. That's how it works. It's worth it at that point. It's mobile only. Because that's the only data that we can get our hands on. Steam's not releasing, you know, their financial records of how much they do transaction. Epic Store doesn't do this. Sony doesn't do this. Fucking, they hold that information tight. It's not for the public to know how much is being spent on Xbox. It's not for the public to know how much is being spent on Steam. So here, with just mobile data, we can look at this and we can educatedly guess from this data where's transparent. Like, again, a good sign right now for Woo, a very fucking good sign, a very good sign. I will not fucking deny this. This is a very good sign for Woo. Lifetime revenue is $200 million plus. Okay? It's $200 million plus. Japan and China is really carrying Z.Z.Z. But notice something. United States is 11%. South Korea is at 9%. Basically, rest of the world, in a sense, all makes up this section. The Western tier for fucking, in general, for revenue per download is at 1009. Understand this data that I'm explaining. Japan and China is carrying Zenless Zone Zero more in Eastern culture than anywhere else. Okay? You got that. You got that in your mind. Go to Weather and Waves. Japan and China is still carrying Weather and Waves. But what do you notice about United States and South Korea? That margin grew. The $10 per download is $11 for Woo-Wah. It does not seem like much. It's a 3% difference right here. It's a 4% difference right here for South Korea. It don't seem like much, right? This doesn't seem like much. It's just a little bit, right? It's actually a really, really, really big silent majority. What this is telling me is that Western countries have more of an influence with Weather and Waves than they do with Z.Z.Z. So much. So fucking much that it actually fucking matters. Because in the month of January, when Woo-Wah was released, its 2.0 update, you see right here, Woo-Wah is in 6th place worldwide. What did it beat in top grossing? Zenless Zone Zero, right? So we can already say that worldwide, Curl won January over Zenless Zone 0. Can we not? But if I take away Western data, who was on top? No Western data. Only Eastern countries. Z.Z.Z did. The West was the silent majority that pushed on the mobile data platform Weather and Waves to actually be on top. Weather and Waves in January of 2025 was top grossing only because of the Western communities. Western communities is Australia, Canada, France, Germany, United Kingdom, and United States of America. When you apply them into the equation, the silent majority said, fuck it, we prefer Weather and Waves over Z.Z.Z in January. That's how important the Western footprint is in Weather and Waves. Because you hear always, right, that, oh, China is the mobile city and everything else. That the reason why, you know, Kuro Games is always lacking in over the last year is because more people in the West playing on PC and stuff like this. The Western players who played on mobile that spit on the mobile app stores of Google and iOS that should have been quote unquote PC players, console players, pulled their fucking phones out and made a point that pretty much the silent majority preferred 2.0 Weather and Waves over Zenless Zone 0. So that just tells me that Weather and Waves has a bigger standing in the West. I thought they fixed that. I thought they fixed the Steam Deck update or whatever with because it's supposed to play on it. That's all I'm saying. This shocked me because I did not think over the lifetime that I was expecting this to be like I was saying before. I was expecting this to be like, you know, 41%, 27%. No. The West and South Korea has more of a foothold in WUA than I think majority of people actually expected. It has more of an influence than a lot of the Hoyo games. It's a silent majority. You see, you're completely missing the point, Noisy. You're completely missing the point. It means that more players played Weather and Waves and spent money in Weather and Waves. Look, take the Western data off. Top grossing, no Western country, no Western, no Canada, no Germany, no fucking America. Z.Z.Z was top. Z.Z.Z right here is being carried by China, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan. Eastern countries. This is the Eastern countries in January 2025's preference. Western players for 2.0 came in. Their calculated money that they spent on top of the East put Z.Z.Z below. So the top grossing game in the West was Weather and Waves. You can see this even in June. Take the Eastern data off. The West has always preferred Weather and Waves more than Zenless Zone Zero. The Western mobile players far more like Weather and Waves than Z.Z.Z. Like, look how far. Like, look. Top 14. Look where Z.Z.Z is at in West. 32. Let's see February. Here, for February, because of the update, Z.Z.Z won in the West. Kuro was down. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, there was not much going on there. Look. March. Boom, boom. Now, if I add data from East, it changes the diameter. Now Z.Z gets closer here. Look, even like it gets closer. April, I think Z.Z beats out fucking Weather and Waves as well. Yeah. May, Z.Z loses, even in the Eastern countries. What's cool about this is that you get to see that there's more of a placeholder. Thank you. There's more of a placeholder in Western culture for Weather and Waves. This is basically telling me that all Western countries actually kind of prefer, I'm going to say it, kind of prefer Weather and Waves over Z.Z.Z. It's got a bigger hold. Either that or it's more like anti-fucking Hoyo players. I don't think it depends on your phone. It depends on thing. Like, I got an iPhone fucking 13. Fucking Weather and Waves plays perfectly fine on an iPhone 13. It's not that big of a, it's not that fucking bad. Now, the difference here is that there is other information that we don't have. Because if we could put PC, video game consoles, other mediums that run these applications, that run these games, we would get a bigger picture of actually, you know, how better the games are doing on certain platforms. But on mobile, what is shocking, Eastern culture. This is what I want you to understand. Okay, Noisy, this is what I want you to understand. In this particular fucking month is what shocks the shit out of me. China, Japan are two countries that I know of that primarily prefer to play on mobile. On fucking mobile. Most Western people like myself, we prefer playing on PC, console, and such, right? I don't fucking want to fucking play fucking Weather and Waves on my fucking phone unless I have to.
The East said Z.Z.Z in January that it was better. It was top grossing. For some reason, Western mobile players came in and said, no, Weatherwaves 2.0 better. That tells you there's a foothold in the fucking mobile market for Western players. It's a silent majority. The best way I could describe this is it's like an election. Oh, I got a governor. He's winning every fucking goddamn county that's in the state. He's winning every fucking county. But then all of a sudden, one county, two counties that actually don't normally fucking vote in an election decide to vote. And it upturned the entire election to where the governor who was supposed to win lost. Because they decided to vote. They decided that for this election, they were going to fucking vote. And it proves that at that point in time, that those two counties that entirely decided to come vote won the election for this other governor, not the one that was winning. It was an upset. That's the way I look at this. Because majority of Western players I don't think play fucking mobile. But something happened in fucking January where the mobile players went spend money. There was more people. And it's been showcasing this. Here's the thing. Take off all this other shit here. Take this off, take this off, take this off. This is showcasing that this is also in red. Western mobile players coming in and playing. That the Western side is actually helping to top over Z.Z.Z more than the actual Eastern side. It's an upset. And it's good. It's really good for Weapon Waves. It's really fucking good. Look, I don't give a fuck about the skins. I don't care about the skins. Who gives a fuck about the skins? It adds on to the value of the game. Yeah, in January, there was the skins. People spent more money in the skins. It's part of the game. The Jinchi skin and all that, it doesn't matter. Because in that month, 2.0 with the skins and everything else was part of the 2.0 update. It don't matter. Maybe the West spent more money because of the skins. Who cares? But what's been happening has been proving that the Western culture, even in the last 30 fucking days, and over the lifetime, in the last 30 fucking days, there is a higher percentage of Korean players and Western players in general that is spending more money in Weather Waves than compared to the Western culture spending money in fucking Z.Z.Z. Z.Z.Z is at 9% in the last 30 days, 7%. 10% in the last day, 7%. There is more in the case that there is $1 more at least per download being spent in Weather Waves
which does not seem like much. But in the grand scheme, it is. So Weather Ways is doing something right, whether it's the skins, whether it is the game itself, whether it's the events, whether it's the updates, whether it is just in general the aesthetic. It's pulling in more Western players. Now, it's not as big as fucking China or Japan, but this 10% lifetime, the 7%, all this, it's pretty substantial when you compare it to other gacha games. Like, look, I'm giving Wuwa right here a fucking win. A big fucking win. If anything, Hoyo should take notice of this shit and should be trying to fucking push more into the Western culture. But it seems like really all Hoyo gives a fuck about is China. I don't know exactly why Western culture likes Wuwa more than Zenless, or likes Wuwa, or why Western culture likes Wuwa a little bit more than even Honkai Star Rail, some shit, but substantially they're pushing better. I mean, look at Honkai Star Rail. 1%. 13% United States. 14% United States. South Korea, 6%. South Korea, 13%. And that's based on lifetime versus lifetime. There's a little bit more of a hold on Wuwa that I think that a lot of people was not expecting. And that's a victory. That's 100% a victory to Wuwa. What we're talking about? Well, I'm about to leave here in a minute, but what we're talking about real quick is the fact that Wuwa has a much bigger hole in Western culture with Western players than Z.Z.Z does, or even Honkai Star Rail does. Like, analytically, Wuwa does better with Western culture. Than even Honkai Star Rail does. And to me, that's impressive. Maybe it's not impressive to you, but it's impressive to me. The hold that it's got. Because a lot of these gacha games, I wouldn't expect that I wouldn't expect, especially on mobile data, that Western states or Western countries would actually, have this big of a hole.
It's pretty big. It's pretty fucking big. And to feed finger, it could be because of more advertisement. You could be right. But in any case scenario, whatever Weather and Waves is doing, they're doing great. Because look, okay, January. Top featured here. Okay? This right here. From my understanding from going through their AFQs and everything else, top feature on the application of like Android or iOS is typically like the publisher spinning advertisements. It is up to like Apple or Google basically to push something into a ranking. That it ranks itself up. So notice something here in particular. This is in January of 2025. Okay, right here, top free is where, you know, top free is where this is definitely where, you know, more subjectively that the people themselves, and at the same point in time, this is where again Google and Apple is really pushing, you know, hey, this is the top free application that most people are downloading. You should play it. Look where the placement is for Woowa. Here. Okay, you got that? Woowa is in 11th place on this line. In terms of even possible advertisement purposes on here, that if they were spinning advertisements or how the stores wanted to rank it as a feature, they put it there. 22nd place. So where did Woowa end up in top grossing? In 6th place. But it still beat out Zenless Zone Zero. Because Zenless Zone Zero was in 2nd place. Zenless Zone Zero was in 9th place here. So basically more people in January saw Zenless Zone Zero. They did not see Weather and Waves technically as much on the phone. So the idea is if you were completely oblivious, and I mean completely oblivious, you never watched a YouTube video or anything, and you turn your phone on and you went to the App Store on your phone back in January, you saw more Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, Genshin Impact first in terms of free apps, and then you probably saw more ads for Zenless Zone Zero, Genshin, Infinite, Honkai Star Rail on the mobile itself versus Weathered Waves, and Weathered Waves still did a better job over Zenless Zone Zero because of Western influences. That's why, like I said, in June, last month, it was different. Kuro Games was right here. Kuro Games was pushing. Kuro Games was pushing. It's in the top 6. It's in the top 5. Z.Z.Z is 10, 7. But Z.Z.Z for June actually outperformed Weather and Waves in top grossing. I mean, it made more money. I don't know what the fuck came out for Genshin to make it top grossing.
I guess that shirt or whatever the fuck it was, that chic girl must have been very fucking important to fucking Genshin, because I didn't think she was fucking shit. But apparently she must have been fucking something, because goddamn Genshin went back to #1. She must have been very important to the story or some shit. But yeah, it ranked this high, but this also proves, I will say this too, this also proves like Gacha revenue is not calculating something. Because Gacha revenue's got Weather and Waves above Zenless Zone 0. But the recorded data of top grossing for the month of June, and if I break it down by per week, I can break it down per day. But the first week, Z.Z.Z's on head. Second week, here's the thing. The second week, Z.Z.Z is #1. Weatherways is #1. Z.Z.Z is #3. Okay? We're still in the top 5 with Z.Z.Z. But this is the release of Septimon. This is 2.4. Look where Z.Z.Z comes at. 14. Okay? Kuro dropped down to top 3. A week after its 2.4 update. This is what shocked the shit out of me. I did not think the Jufufu banner was any good. Jufufu banner brought Zenless back to 2nd place. But do you notice something looking right here? Because remember, I got highlighted. Do you notice something within the top 14 placement here? 2 weeks after Septimon's release. Z.Z.Z is in 15th place. Jufufu, actually, I was expecting this to be like in 5th place, not even in 2nd. But it looks like the Eastern culture really fucking loved Jufufu. And then Weather Waves comes back up now. Let me go to day June 30th. Who was the last day? Even for the very last day of June, Z.Z.Z was in 12th place. It still maintained higher than Weather and Waves. Weather and Waves even dropped to 17th place. So overall, the entire month, Z.Z.Z technically, well, not really technically, it is honestly, Z.Z not only beat out Wuwa's fucking anniversary month with its gross, but it beat out fucking 2.4 Slim on mobile data. And that is based on performance. That Z.Z.Z in the month of June was higher performance. Now let's see what the year is. 2025. Who is on top right now in 2025? We're in 6 months, right? Look at this. Weather and Waves is in 6th place. Z.Z.Z is in 9th. And Honkai Star Rail is in 1st. And our boy Genshin is in 3rd. Our boy Gitch is losing to DFO over it now. So in the 6 months time period, Weather and Waves actually outperformed Z.Z.Z. In 2024, Z.Z.Z clearly fucking outperformed Weather and Waves. Star Rail and Genshin are in second and third place, and they lost to DFO for the year in terms of top grossing. We'll see what happens in the next 6 months. But right now, for the year 2025, Weather and Waves is maintaining its spot right now at 6. It's doing well. It is doing better than Z.Z.Z. But we still got July, August, September, October, November, and December to see what will happen. Feature is, from my understanding, it's based on advertisement as well as it's based upon where the store wants to put it at. Top free is basically like how many people download the game and stuff like this, and who they and what they like more. But this is where the store is like, we're going to feature this one more because, yeah, advertise my spit for a spot here this day, more on this day and that day. Because, I mean, this changes by day. January 1st, Zenless Zone 0 was number 1. January 2, Zenless Zone was number 1. Day 3, it was 1. Honkai Genshin started coming up. Honkai went down. Genshin went up. It's wherever the store wants to place it at. So for some reason, back in January, the stores were featuring more Zenless Zone 0. And actually, we could actually probably do like Google Play, and we could see directly. So Google Play didn't really get. It doesn't seem like it really got any really was trying to push Z.Z.Z at all. iPhone was trying to push Z.Z.Z more. App Store on iPad was trying to push Z.Z.Z and Infinite Nikki more. And it looks like also for iPad and everything, it looks like Weather and Waves just better on fucking iPhone. Okay, so there is a combination of iPhone and iPad. Okay. That's another thing. Some phones seem like they do better. So, like, we could even break it down to even just the store. Like Google Play. Back in January 2025, Genshin Honkai is up here. Zenless Zone 0 is right here in top 10. If we just look at the iStores, Weather and Waves didn't do shit. It wasn't even top 10, it was the top 11. Zenless did better in January in just the iStores. I mean, we could break it down to even then. We could break it down per store. Instead of just doing an average per store, we can break it down per store. So like iPad, Zenless Zone 0 was in second place on Apple. On Google, Weather and Waves outperformed on Google in June. So if you're an Android user, back in June of last year, Weather and Waves won. If you're an iPhone or iPad, Zenless Zone 0 won last year. I mean last month, not last year, last month.
we could break it down into different sections, and that's what I love about this website so far. This website actually breaks down not just the total. We could break it down to the store. We could break it down to the country. We could break it down to the day. I want to know by the day. I want to know by the week. I want to know not just a total sum. I don't care about just the total sum. I want to know if the West is pushing something more, is helping to push something more than the East. I want to know if the East is pushing more than the West. This is why I like this detail. Nope. No limit amount on the searches. The only thing that is limited right now with the pricing is you see how it's got revenue locked right here? I get to see the performance, but not the revenue. If it's just going to give me a basic average of what the revenue is, it's going to tell me, hey, look, this is what we're calculating the last 30 days, for example, right here. How much Japan spent, how much China spent, and such like this. We're not going to tell you the total. We're going to tell you it's over 20 million for the last 30 days. It's somewhere around 20 million round. This is as much information we're going to give you. There's no limited searches or anything. And I'm going to be contacting these guys tomorrow to see if there's anything that I could do, like a if I have to be a company to get a fucking paid account, and if it's something that I could pay like $20 a month for or some shit like that, that I could unlock, like, you know, more about the revenue shit and everything. I want to get a higher analytical data on. But it is locked where you got to call them. You can't just buy it online because otherwise it would have been already bought. Because I would like to see the retention. I would like to see what the gender is. I would like to add a widget in here of user activity to see what all this data looks like. But for the limited data that I got, it's not bad. For the very limited data I got, it's not bad. I would like to see their ads, because even here, there is ads, and it will show me like this. I like to know how much it costs us to where I can see all the ads, and where, like this right here, it's locked to Royal March or Royal Match. It's locked to Royal Match. I would like to see what ads is being pushed on Weathering Ways and Z.Z.Z and stuff like this, on what platforms and stuff. I would love to see all this. We got to see how much it's going to cost, because I ain't paying no goddamn fucking $800 or some shit for this. Like, I gotta see what the cost of the premium access is. I'm sure they're going to try to charge me like fucking $1,000 a month or some shit. Hopefully not. I'm going to explain to them my entire proposition on this, and maybe I could just get an account that's relatively cheap. And then we can do Gacha fucking analytics, and we can look at all the fucking games in full analytic data. But for the limited data that it's giving me, it's not bad. But it is limited data. So I do apologize. We were supposed to do gameplay and stuff like that, and we didn't do gameplay today. We pretty much were breaking down, you know, from my previous video, basically looking at just the top grossing, that in all honesty, with all stores and with it being completely worldwide with all countries in June of 2025, the recorded data Because this is what people don't realize either, okay? This is what I want you to also realize one more time. So if I come here and I go to July, okay? Today is now the 7th. So I can see yesterday's data. This is what I like about it. Yesterday's data on July 6th, I get to see who was top grossing for that day. Meaning who made the most money. And apparently yesterday, the one who made the most money was Honkai Star Rail. Second being Genshin. Third being Weather and Waves, which means fourth being Z.Z.Z in rank 32 on their leaderboard across all stores. What was it like on July 5th? Well, it was still Honkai, but Weather and Waves was right under Genshin. It wasn't a far between. What was it like on July 4th? Kuro was making more money than Genshin Impact on July 4th. This is what I like about the data. This is what they're doing. They're recording the gross data per day. They're not putting it together in one lump sum at the end of a month. They're putting it each day. So every single day we could come take a look at this and we can see where our gacha games are actually placed. Who's making the most money? Who's the most featured? What is considered the top free? I don't give a fuck about top free or feature. I care about top grossing. I care which one is getting more money. That's what I like about this site. So on American Day, Weather and Waves was in 3rd place. A day after American Day, it was in 7th. And then yesterday, it was in 8th. And if I just take July on the averaging, Honkai, Genshin, and Weather and Waves. So, not sure if you guys like these kind of talks, to be honest. But future-wise, I will tell you, these are going to be talks that are going to end up happening, especially when we get closer to the end of the month. I'm just more excited than anything because we got to see this. What is it? What's success? What's this? Okay, so this is the success meter. Like, I still haven't gone through everything on this site either. Like, there's so much shit that's locked, but there's other things that's not locked. Okay, that's locked. I mean, we can even go down to the fucking publisher. I could compare Tencent right now, and I could tell you this is how much, you know, in terms of what Tencent's been doing in terms of their scores. Tencent apparently was very fucking popular, in all honesty, back from fucking 2020 to 2022, and then here from 2023 down all the way here. It's not as popular. I could break this down to the fucking publisher. That's nuts. App transfers? What's app transfers? Like I said, there's so much I'm still learning about this. That's why I want a paid account. What, can I compare them? Can I compare fucking Tencent to fucking Google? Oh shit, I can. Holy shit.
Tencent beats fucking Google. Holy shit. Tencent beats fucking Google. What the fuck? Is Tencent really that fucked? Holy shit. Can I put Hoyo in here? It's called MiHoYo. Is Kuro in here? MiHoYo beats Tencent. God damn. What can I? Huh? No, I'm going to go to bed here in a second. All right, guys. Wife's reminded me I need to go to bed. I got work in the morning, so I'm going to let you guys be. But holy shit. But yeah. God damn, Tencent. No wonder Tencent wanted to fucking MiHoYo for a bit. Because the yellow grap's telling me fucking MiHoYo fucking beats the fuck out of Tencent there. For a good bit. So. Alrighty, guys. You have a good one. Check back with y'all later. Mommy tells me I gotta go to bed, so I gotta go to bed. Good night.